Hmm.
Welcome back, everybody, to another show with me and Mama Bear. Tonight's show is another senseless debate between Tim Waltz and JD Vance. Thank you for joining us. Um, hey, Mama Bear.
Hey, hey, hey. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everybody around the world. And hello, hello, everybody, for joining us tonight. I hope you got your coffee, your soda, your beer, whatever your choice is tonight, your popcorn, whatever it is. Um, Remember, please refrain from throwing it. If your spouses, you better have your neighbors, whichever it may be, please refrain from throwing it. Um, uh, Remember, it's just politics. It's just please refrain. Um, you know, just refrain from throwing it. Refrain from throwing punches. Uh, you know, Try to get along.
That brings me to today's sponsor. Our show today is sponsored by Butthurt Cream.
We decided to upgrade from the tubes, from the gallons, from the barrels. We're going to sell it by the tanker loads now.
Yeah. If you're ever feeling down and blue and your bum is so sore it starts to turn blue, um, try to get a hold of a tube of butthurt cream and apply it very thickly, and it might help.
We are going to contract with truck drivers now. I do know a few that's got tankers. I do know a few that's got tankers. We can direct ship by the tankers. I do know how to get a hold of some tankers. We can ship it to you by tankers. So if you'd like it by the tanker load, I do know how to get a hold of some tankers. And they're triple axle tankers. I know some that got double axles, but I do know some that have triple axle tankers. So we can ship it to you in the triple axle tankers. So we can ship it to you in the triple axle tankers. Oh, we can ship the baby oil too if you want some baby oil, Indiana. If you want some baby oil, we'll ship it to you in baby oil too. I'm sure I can find some truckers that'll do it in baby oil because the ports are shut down because they shut down the ports. So we got truckers that aren't going to be shipping out of the ports. So we got truckers that will be looking for some jobs. So we can sure ship you some. I'm sure we can find some tankers. Well, we got it. We got a trucker in. We know a trucker in over in Australia, so we got a trucker in Australia, Mellows. So we got truckers in Australia now, Mellows.
We do?
Yep, we got a trucker in Australia.
Oh. Do they need any butthurt cream over there in Australia? Just got a new batch in.
We got a trucker in Australia that can deliver, that can help deliver.
Need somebody to drive a truck across and send. Is it someone brave enough to send some butthurt cream over to Ukraine?
I'm sure we can get truckers in the UK. So
Yeah.
we're on the ball here. We got truckers The way Christopher's going there in the UK, he may need it by the truckload. He's kind of getting a little slippery with it there in the UK. He may need it. But I got found out today. Mellows, I got found out. Somebody found out something about me today.
You did?
I got in trouble. Yeah.
Repeat. What am I repeating?
I don't know why you're repeating. Hold on. Let me see if I got mics open in the channel.
There you go. Testing, testicles. 1, 2, 3. Nope.
I found it. I found it. Yeah, I found it. It's me. It's I got mics open on another channel. Let me.
So did we have a good stream? We find a good stream.
Yeah, I got found out today.
You did?
Remember I said I was going to set up cameras, and I was going to set up my big screen TV. Remember?
Uh-huh.
Well, I got found out today. I set up my big screen TV. I sit here and I watch it on big screen TV. I sit here and watch it on my big screen TV. Yes, I watch them. I watch the feed on my big screen TV.
Maybe if we got some time later, we might be able to watch the Julian Assange parliamentary assembly they did, the Council of Europe.
Yeah, I see that.
I was watching it, and when I was watching it, it kept freezing up. So I don't know. I reckon they've probably edited it, so it's going to be supposed to be the full episode, but I'm expecting it to be edited. A couple of things they probably didn't want him to say.
Yeah.
Get freezing up, I reckon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got that. We can watch maybe later. That was on yesterday, I think it was. Last night.
Yes. Okay. Now, I haven't even seen Okay. Now, for people that are wondering, the debate. Now,
it's still a little bit early, isn't it? I mean, we've got a bit.
Yeah.
Fasten your pants, everybody. We haven't started yet.
Okay. Now, the two people that are going to debate, let's get some information on them.
Yeah. Can I go first?
Well, let's call Tampon Tim. That is what people call him. Is Tampon Tim.
Yeah. Amongst other names.
But his real name is Timothy James WALZ.
The real truth is that a tampon is actually more useful.
He was born August 6, 1964. He is an American politician, former educator, and retired U.S. non-commissioned officer. Of course, they've changed a lot of this since all the publicity and what came out. Who served in 2019 as the 41st governor of Minnesota. He served in the U.S. Representatives 2007, 2019. ranking member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee. He is a Democratic nominee for the Vice President 2024 U.S. President election. He was born in Nebraska. After high school, he joined the Army National Guard. He worked at a tanning bed factory in Arkansas. I didn't know that one. So he worked at a tanning bed factory. He graduated from a college in Nebraska, then moved to Minnesota, where he ran for Congress. He is a high school social studies teacher and a football coach. Blah, blah, blah. He was elected governor in Minnesota in 2018, reelected in 2022. And remember, he went through in Minnesota what happened in Minnesota was during the protest. He has 3 siblings who grew up in Valentine, a small rural in Nebraska. This is where it gets interesting because there is some controversy that is going on. He graduated college and he accepted a teaching position in China. There is some controversy going out right now about him in China. He married Gwen Whipple, a former teacher, and they had, I think, 2 or 3 kids. There isn't quite. Okay, here comes the military career because I know this is going to get brought up. He served the National Guard for 24 years after enlisting in 1981. During his career, he was posted in Arkansas, Texas, and served the Arctic Circle in Norway, New Ulm, and Minnesota. He trained heavy artillery during his service, disaster response, floods, tornadoes, and was deployed overseas. In 1989, this is where the controversy, because he never went overseas. In 2005, filed official documents to run for the U.S. House of Representatives in March. The National Guard announced possible deployment around 2,000 troops to Iraq. During some time the next 2 years, WALZ said he would deploy if called upon. The National Guard finished processing his retirement papers in May, and WALZ retired from service May 16th. He later explains he retired in order to focus on his campaign for Congress, didn't want to violate the Hatch Act, which forbids some politicians from activating activities from federal government employees. The National Guard confirmed that WALZ retired 2 months before his former unit was notified. The unit received his mobilization orders in August and deployed to Iraq in March of 2006, 10 months after WALZ retired. So, During the political career, Republicans, notables Trump and Kurtz and J.D. Vance have used the timing of Walt's military retirement as a smear campaign that has been compared as swift voting. A national colleague recalled that Walt's timing, his unit's deployment, was just a rumor and not yet confirmed. Waltz did not deploy to an active combat zone during his service. So he did not deploy to any combat zone. The Harris campaign responds that Waltz misspoke. So there it is, and this is his actual bio. It is in his bio. So he actually did lie.
Hey,
He did lie.
big revelation, everybody. We found a politician that confirmed he is a liar.
Yep, and it's in his wiki bio that he, but the way they worded it was he misspoke.
Right,
He misspoke. Not lied, he misspoke.
So this professional misspoker is it's okay for him to be, the vice president, right? Because he only professionally misspoke, a few times. Literally, the guy, every time he opens his mouth, he
Yep. The way they write it up is he misspoke. It was a misspoke. Yeah, it's a mistake.
So we can have a little side bet here now, right? I mean, we can just calculate who do you think is going to lie the most? Let's just whack it out there. Tim Walz is going to say 100 lies. J.D. Vance is going to say 110 lies. What do you reckon?
Well,
how many times are they going to professionally misspeak tonight? I reckon J.D. Vance is going to get a raw deal tonight. The moderators are not going to moderate shit. They're just going to moderate him, and they're going to give the other guy all the leeway. They're not going to fact check anyone because, they can't.
So I don't know how we're going to do this.
Just share and take the piss. I mean, what else can we do?
God, this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. How are we going to do this? How many lies said? Oh my God.
I reckon we're probably going to get a lot of freezing up.
How many lies would there be said?
We got a good link.
God, Tim Walz has got Governor Tim Walz's vape watch party. Oh my God. Can you believe that? Yeah, I got a good link. I got the ABC News link. I just don't know how to respond to that, Mellows. I'd say there's going to be at least there's going to be over 100, over 100 on both. But I did find out what JD's real name is. I did find out what his real name is.
Let me guess, it's John.
No. 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 He was born James Donald Bowman.
James.
Yes. And it was changed to James David Vance. Yup. 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 I did find that out. Mm-hmm. Yup. He was born James Donald Bowman, August 2nd, 1984, in Midtown, Ohio. And his parents divorced when he was a toddler, and he was adopted by his mom's third husband, where his mother changed his name and removed his father's name while being used as his uncle's name to preserve his nickname JD. He is an American politician, author, venture capitalist, and a Marine veteran. He graduated Ohio State University and Yale Law School. He is a corporate lawyer. So he is a corporate lawyer. So that explains some of the shit he says. Being a corporate lawyer. His political positions include oppositions to abortion, same-sex marriages, gun control, American history, American military aid to Ukraine. He's outspoken critics of childlessness. He's acknowledged the influence of Catholic theology and in its certain political positions. After graduating law school, Vance worked for Republican Senator John Cornyn. He spent many years as a law clerk for Judge David Bunning of the U.S. Supreme Court in the Eastern District of Kentucky. Well, Vance was a CNN contributor in 2007, 2018, and April 2000. Ron Howard signed on a direct film venture of Hillbilly Eulogy, which was released in select theaters, which Vance published. Trump's two eldest sons, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, advocated to their fathers to choose Vance. That is one reason he got chosen, including Elon Musk, David O. Sachs, Tucker Carlson were also in on it. But I don't know if anybody watched. Vance got shut down at a restaurant.
He got kicked out.
They wouldn't even let him in the door.
Good. That's what everyone should do. They should shun these politicians, every single one of them. Stop sucking up to these fuckers. Stop encouraging them. Stop voting for them. Just fucking don't do shit for them. They don't deserve anything.
They wouldn't even let him in the door. They wouldn't even let him in the door.
Yeah. I like those videos where you see, Keir Starmer getting kicked out of a pub, and Justin Trudeau getting kicked out of a restaurant and all that. I fucking love it, man. Every time I see that, I think, yeah, man. Kick those motherfuckers out. 'Cause it's the only thing you can do, man. Don't let them come and fucking eat at your club, your restaurant, your bar, wherever it is they're going to come in. Just fucking kick them out, man. It's the one thing you can do. Kick them out of your fucking restaurant.
Yep, they wouldn't even let him in the door.
Fucking bastards. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. They wouldn't even let him in the door.
We've still got another half an hour to wait for this shit. It is CBS that's aired it, isn't it? CBS, yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yep. There is some rules they have to follow tonight.
Yeah. No picking your nose. No stretching your ass.
There will be no opening statements. The debate is a 90-minute debate with 2 breaks of 4 minutes each. There will be no audience in the studios. Okay. Yeah. The host is managing editor Nora Odell and Face the Nation moderator and chief foreign correspondent Margaret Brennan. Okay. WALZ will stand behind the podium on the stage, which is the right side from the viewpoint of the moderators on the screen. VANCE's podium will be on the opposite side. WALZ are to remain behind their podiums for the duration of the debate. They will be introduced by the moderators, with the incumbent party, meaning WALZ, will be introduced first. There will be no opening statements. Dun, 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 dun. The moderators will be seated and will only ones in the room permitted to ask questions. For each question, the candidates will be asked the question and will have 2 minutes to answer. And the other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes to respond. Following that, each candidate will have 1 minute for additional rebuttal. The moderator may, at their discretion, give candidates each an additional minute each to continue a topic. Lights in front of the candidate will indicate how much time is left to speak. The candidate will have a countdown clock. Okay. At each end, candidates will have 2 minutes each for closing statements.
Yeah, they were about to play their advert, so I thought I'd turn it off just in case they give us another copyright notice. Oh damn! Hot diggity.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
so who is the biggest liar anyway out of the two? Just so we can get a little background on both. I mean,
I
size wise, I think Tim Waltz has got him on the size wise, so he's got to be a more fatter liar.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
And Tim Waltz, I'm sorry. I have watched videos of the two. I have been watching the two. Periodically, I have been watching the two. I have been watching the two very closely just to see how they act. Oh
I
my God.
haven't seen JD Vance rattled, right? But he seems to have more of a. He's more articulate than the Tim Waltz guy. Tim Waltz guy is he's a fumbler. He seems like one of these yes men, So he's proper establishment guy, you know. Whatever they tell him, yes sir. Um, Basically, if there was a puppet, best kind of puppet, I think he would fit the bill. He's beautiful, very
Oh my
controllable, easily manipulated. I wonder if he's been to any of the Diddler P Diddy parties. Probably not. But
Oh my God. I have
Iran
seen,
has launched a missile strike on Israel tonight. I'm not sure if you caught that.
yeah, I did. Yeah, I've
But
been watching
it's
it.
something that they expected, like a chess move. I mean, you attack Lebanon, Iran's going to, of course.
Um,
Walsh has the questions, guaranteed. He already has the questions, and he's already been prepped with the answers. I guarantee you that. CBS is definitely going to be supporting um, Tim Waltz. That's for sure. He's an establishment guy. Tim Waltz is very clearly the guy that they want. Um, JD Vance is a loose cannon, basically, wild card, very
well,
easily
this is
controlled.
what they are saying. Tim Waltz.
Where they going?
Really. That's all we can play because we'll get hit for the music. So, but but this is what they're saying.
And Shirley's got a point. You can't wear earrings.
But this is what they're saying. What will look like for Tim Waltz.
Hey, Northwood. So,
Yeah, you can't wear earrings, so I don't know how that'll work out.
Tim Walz is the perfect candidate. He's a decorated war hero. He's, how long's he been working in government? I mean, he's actually been working in government for a long time now, hasn't he? Is he governor or senator or some shit? Is he a senator or a governor?
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see what else I can find.
He's a former educator.
Oh,
He's a governor. So he was a governor. After 24 years in the National Guard, he was a sergeant major. Yeah, this guy's proper yes guy. Okay. So how long we got left?
Long lines and waiting are just a part of the Minnesota State Fair.
You gotta do what you gotta do at the state fair.
But Sunday morning, the waiting was different.
I was supposed to see Mr. WALZ, but I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Both fans and some foes of Governor Tim Walz gathered on Judson Avenue
Good morning, everybody.
to get a glimpse of his first appearance at the fair since becoming the Democratic vice presidential nominee. A scream for ice cream, and the man serving it with First Lady Gwen and daughter Hope.
This is pretty exciting to have WALZ and the Martins in the same building.
The governor's
There's
visit
like
stayed
10
locally
people
in the
there.
building for
You see, it's all about the optics, right? And they squashed it up by a bunch of people in the shop. And it's like, you see the camera angle that they got, make it look like there's so many people there to come to see him.
security reasons, but he's no stranger to the fair.
For those not from Minnesota, just to be clear, there's a lot of great state fairs in the country. This is the best one. I don't get 12 days, which I normally get. A little bit more of a disruption.
It was relatively controlled. Like people were not moving around at that point, but we were right there.
Thank you for coming.
To have a school teacher come this far is pretty exciting.
He had to go to the World's Fair in order to get the crowds, steal crowds from the World Fair. You understand? You see how that works? He couldn't pull a crowd, so he had to go to the World Fair so he could pull a crowd. Wow.
Nancy and Danny White just happened on Sunday to be here.
It just happened, yeah, because they were going to the World's Fair. They weren't going to no shit, you
Over
fucking.
the weekend, we heard that Governor Walz was going to be here. Want to take an opportunity to meet him.
Go fuck yourself, you lying bastard.
Future vice president.
Thank you for being out here.
The wait for November continues, but for now,
I'm so happy I got it.
Damn fucking, bro.
Thank you.
The governor's appearance was surrounded.
Yeah. That's going to be fun. It's going to be so much fun. It's you see, this is why they go to these places. You got to watch them, man. You go to a fucking World Fair, right? And you do your fucking thing there. It's because he can't pull a crowd. It's very clearly obvious why he went there, right? He'll end up with 5 people. He'll end up with more people protesting against him more Trumps that have come in to protest against him than actual supporters. You see, at a World Fair, you can kind of, get some camera angles and make it look like loads of people came to see this fucking knobhead when they didn't, very clearly. Most of them, they didn't even know he was going to be there.
All right, let's talk about what is happening in Israel at this hour. Elon Levy is a former Israeli government spokesperson.
Right. So Putin has issued a warning to Israel for them to get out of Lebanon. Have you heard about that one?
Yeah.
He's already launched basically he shot down the missiles that they launched at Syria. So Russia intercepted them and shot them down, and warned Israel to stop attacking Syria. And now that they've invaded Lebanon, he's told them, look, you got to get the fuck out right now. And it doesn't seem like he's fucking around.
Yeah.
All these distractions, everybody, all these people, these knobheads are going to be arguing, debating tonight over the VP. Literally World War III rages as we speak, right? There's a massive mobilization of troops are actually moving down. Turkey is starting to basically falter on its obligations to NATO. It doesn't want to be a part of NATO anymore because, of the attacks in Lebanon and Syria, right? I mean, you've got to remember, this is right on the Turkish border. So when you attack Lebanon and Syria and all these places, hundreds of thousands of migrants are going to rush to the border, and Turkey doesn't want any more people coming over, right? They've got enough problems. Do you know what I mean? They're literally sending them everywhere to get them out of their country because they're all flooding through the across the border. So another attack on Lebanon will force more hundreds, tens of thousands of people to migrate across the border into Turkey. And that will spark an international incident. I guarantee you that.
Yeah.
Turkey is not one of the best human rights observers, right? So all of those people, right, even though they think they're going to be crossing the border into Turkey, are not any safer in Turkey than they are in Syria, or Lebanon, or even Israel for that matter. No one's safe down there in that area at the moment. And there is one thing that we could do that could be done to end all of this now, and that is to remove the Netanyahu regime. Even Israel, more than half the population of Israel they want the guy gone. They don't want him as a leader anymore. Even his own people, his own country doesn't want him, right? So I mean, look at every country, it's affecting every country, right? Britain, we've got a prime minister who was installed, right, that nobody wants. America has got leaders over there vice presidents and who very clearly did a coup on Biden, who was installed by these people. They install these people themselves, right? They remove them and take them out. We don't vote. All we do is consent to being governed by them.
Yep.
It's the same over there. Netanyahu is installed by these people. The same people who control us, our countries, are the same people that control the country in Israel. Believe me. It's nothing to do with the people in Israel. It's the fucking people who control the government in Israel. Same thing over here. Same thing in America. Same thing. It's the people in control. Those are
Hey,
the problems.
Northwoods. I see Mountain Girl was in here. Is in here as well. Hey, Mountain Girl. I didn't get to say hello to you. I was looking up something. Hello, Shirley. Yes, it's getting scary. It's getting very, very scarily.
And the Trumpsters, right, are going to have a rude awakening, right? Because even if Donald Trump does get in, even if, they will have positioned him in a situation where he will make mistake after mistake after mistake in order to try to save his reputation, create the impossible. I mean, how can you borrow money, right, to pay a debt? I mean, you're never going to get out of debt if you keep borrowing money, right?
Yep.
And their answer to everything is to just keep borrowing money from the same people. One moment. Remember, we're the ones in the middle, right? Far left to far right. They push far left extreme to the extreme, and then like a pendulum, it will swing left, right to the extreme, and we are in the middle getting our heads sawn off every time it swings from left to right. That fucking guillotine comes closer to our necks. We're heading to civil war. It's inevitable. I mean, you got to realize the implications of what's about to happen in the following month, in October, right? Is the BRICS currency, the creation, the birth of the BRICS currency, and more than half the country have jumped over to the BRICS currency. So we're talking about Africa, India, Asia, Middle East. All of these people, including our so-called allies and friends in the Middle East, like the Saudi Arabians and all of these fuckers, they're all jumping over to the BRICS currency, which will basically nullify any sanctioning powers the Western world has against them, right? Meaning they will be powerless to be able to prevent them from trading with each other, from buying weapons, buying gun, buying energy, buying anything they want to buy. They can buy it and sell it without us being able to sanction their ability to do that, right? So the Western world has lost its teeth, right? In order for it to save itself, because after the only thing that's going to follow from that is a financial collapse, right? Because the economy is built up on tariffs, right? On credit, on debt, right? So if no longer people are using that debt, we will end up holding the bag. It's like a game of musical chairs, right? We who are holding either the British currency that's underpinned by the American dollar, right, will collapse, right? Meaning our paper currency that we're holding, that we're invested in, is going to be worthless. You won't be able to spend it anywhere. No one will accept it because it's pointless. You know what I mean? It won't be worth anything. It'll come with a debt, right? It's like you pay somebody £100 and it's like you still owe them, right? This is a collapse. I mean, how are they going to justify a financial collapse? I'll tell you how. America is going to remove itself from the leading role, right? It's going to fracture into two, basically, right? Where it doesn't have that world stage power ability, and China will take the leading role. China will become the world currency. China's going to start being the world dominant leader. He will be dictating to the rest of the world, just like America was. China will take the role, right? We will all become in this district, carved out district. I mean, we'll have to fucking follow these communist style dictatorships, you know what I mean? Because if you don't, you'll end up in the gulag, right? Our leaders have sold us out. Our leaders have been groomed, handpicked, and trained to fucking sell us all out, right? That's what the game is. The game, the depopulation agenda is still underway, very much so. Plans have not changed. Yeah. Plans haven't changed. So where's this Tim Watts? How long we got? Another 10 minutes? Let's see if I can bring this up.
Oh, Nathan. Oh, Nathan.
Hey, Nathan, what's going on, man?
Well, is there any protests going on? Remember, if you remember the presidential debate, there was protests going on. And there was many arrests outside. And by the looks, they are protests. Trump supporters shout tampon Tim outside the CBS studios in New York. So they are yelling outside in New York, tampon Tim. So they are yelling it outside. Protests. The protest outside the studios. So they are yelling it. So that is interesting.
I need to run this dog down. Should I bring this page up and we can start watching it from here? It's another 5 minutes. I need to run this dog down quickly.
Go ahead. You can bring your page up or I can bring up my page, whichever one you want.
In a sec, I'll just bring this up.
Hey, Northwood.
The situation in the Middle East, major storms ravaging the Southeast that are now going to cause some debate over spending and climate change. All of them a reminder that as president, whoever is president,
faces all sorts of unexpected challenges
that suddenly can. To the debate, Cecilia.
All right, Ed, you don't get to go anywhere. We're going to be checking back in with you when it is all over. And we are now just officially minutes away from the start of this debate. I want to get your final thoughts, Major. I want to start with you because we've been saying so much is on the line tonight. How much of tonight is about the audience of one for J.D. Vance?
A considerable amount. President Trump has expectations for J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance knows, as Robert Costa so thoroughly laid out, at age 40, his entire political career is ahead of him. If this ticket does not prevail, the Republican Party will find itself in an uncomfortable and unwelcome and unwanted post-Trump era. What role does J.D. Vance play in that? A considerable amount of that decision will be drawn from what he does tonight. He knows that. In contrast, Governor WALZ is 60, 1 year older than Kamala Harris. He does not have any obvious designs on the presidency if Kamala Harris wins and serves out 2 terms. He's there to enhance the ticket as it exists and amplify things on the positive side where and when he can. Very different calculations, very different risk factors for the two.
And Bob, even if you're Bob Dole, who had a bad night in 1976, he was the nominee 20 years later for the Republican Party. So you can even rescue yourself from a bad night. What are your final thoughts on tonight?
Everybody in the press, when we're in the press galleries, on the campaign planes, they talk about these vice presidential debates as low impact, but they really are high stakes. Everybody watching tonight knows one of these two men could become president of the United States. The country is going to take a temperature on character, on policy. Who are these people who might lead the country? And one of them might be leading the country should a crisis happen, a heartbeat away from the presidency. We live in a time of assassination attempts on the Republican nominee, of political violence, and of aging politicians. So it's no question that one day one of these people could be president. We hope all people live healthy lives and serve full terms, but you never know in American history. That's what the history always tells us.
And the other big event is these incredible floods in North Carolina, which also is a platform for presidents.
It is, because handling of natural disasters is often a proxy for voters.
Who's it gonna be? Mellows and Mama Bear. We break it down from the first word spoken to the final round. Are you ready for the heat? The clash of the titans. Tune in, strapped in. It's history in the writing. In the other corner, JD Vance is stepping in. Newcomer, yes, but he got fire within. Talking immigration, national security strong with economic reform, trying to right all the wrongs. Tim Walz, old guard with a vision of progress. Education, infrastructure, he won't let it regress. It's more than a debate, it's a battle for the future. Mama Bear with the insights, I'm your political shooter. We watching the debate, Tim Walz versus JD in the political ring. Who's it gonna be? Mellows and Mama Bear. We break it down from the first word spoken to the final round. Are you ready for the heat? The clash of the titans. Tune in, strapped in. It's history in the right. The role of VP, it's a heavyweight seat. Second in command with responsibilities deep, from Senate votes to high-level meets. They got the power to control the streets. Will it be Walz with experience tight, or Vance with the new blood ready to fight? Mellows and Mama Bear, we keeping it real, deciphering the words, feeling the zeal. We watching the debate, Tim Walz versus JD in the political ring. Who's it gonna be? Mellows and Mama Bear, we break it down from the first.
Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become vice president of the United States. Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Now, this is likely the final debate of this election cycle, and voting is already underway in 20 states. CBS News polling shows this remains a race either presidential candidate could win. The CBS News vice presidential debate starts now.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together.
We're going to turn this whole country red with President Donald J. Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris is the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special, live.
Debate. Fucking music, bro.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News vice presidential debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance, tonight meeting for the first time.
I'm Margaret Brennan. In order to have a thoughtful and civil debate, these are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate, who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right to mute the candidates' microphones to maintain decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you for joining us. Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact of Hurricane Helene, and now a labor strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora. Earlier today, Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel, but that attack failed thanks to joint U.S. and Israeli defensive action. President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war. Iran is weakened, but the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor WALZ, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. And thank you for those joining home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming attack. But what's fundamental here is that steady leadership is going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks ago, a nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding
you're scratchy.
Allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the vice president said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life. I went to college on the GI Bill after I enlisted in the Marine Corps and served in Iraq. And so I stand here asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude for this country, for the American dream that made it possible for me to live my dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump back in the White House, the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack, has received over $100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use that money for? They use it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies, and God forbid, potentially launching against the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United States global leadership would put stability and peace back in the world. Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place. So Iran is closer to a nuclear weapon than they were before because of Donald Trump's fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump wrote it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did exit that deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently made the world more secure. Now, we talk about what the sequence of events that led us to where we are right now, and you can't ignore October the 7th, which I appreciate Governor Walz bringing up. But when did Iran and Hamas and their proxies attack Israel? It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective, smart diplomacy and peace through strength is how you bring stability back to a very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time, I'm 40 years old, when was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane, because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of two grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible. And then, of course, afterwards, to help the people in those communities rebuild. I mean, these are communities that I love. Some of them I know very personally in Appalachia, all across the Southeast. They need their government to do their job. And I commit that when Donald Trump is president again, the government will put the citizens of this country first when they suffer from a disaster. And Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say, Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just say that's true. Well, if you believe that, what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America, because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have Kamala Harris's policies actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas, more doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the entire world. And when I say that, I mean the amount of carbon emissions they're doing per unit of economic output. So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane. And my heart goes out to the folks that are down there in contact with the governors. I serve as co-chair of the Council of Governors as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville, Ohio, taking the EV technology that we invented and making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have. We're also producing more clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense. And then we start thinking about how do we mitigate these disasters.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing. So clearly, Kamala Harris herself doesn't believe her own rhetoric on this. If she did, she would actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made overseas in China, especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
Senator.
Natural gas, we got to invest more in it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
your time is up. Governor, would you like to respond?
Well, look, we're producing more natural gas than we ever have. There's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil, but the folks know, and like I said, again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smart.
Come on, tell him about the fucking...
Exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
This
Governor,
lying piece of shit.
Overwhelming
Tell him.
consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top
No rebuttal. They just rubbed
for
him.
American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We
Loaded
have a
question.
historic immigration crisis because Kamala Harris started and said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record levels. So you've got to stop the bleeding. You've got to re-implement Donald Trump's border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations. And that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers. A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about family separation. Right now in this country, Margaret, we have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families. Some of them have been used as drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I wish that she would do that. It would be good for all of us.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history. 30% decrease in Ohio, but there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the attorney general of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle. Wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator, dehumanizing people and telling him what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens? You have 1 minute.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive problems in the United States of America. Parents who can't afford health care, schools that are overwhelmed. It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up.
Trump
Governor,
didn't fight hard enough
what
to get
about
legislation
our CBS
passed.
News
So,
polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary. But the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this. And Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true. Don't do it. There's consequences for this. There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Lankford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our borders are. Kamala Harris has been. And it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say, if you try to come across the border illegally, you've got to stay in Mexico, you've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor WALZ brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally unaffordable because we brought in millions of illegal immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim. And I actually think, I agree with you. I think you want to solve this problem, but I don't think that Kamala Harris does.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, you have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well, it is law enforcement that asked for the bill. They helped craft it. They're the ones that supported it. That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree. It should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us, you do unto me.
Oh
I
my
think that's
God.
true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it. And it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
Thank you, Governor. And just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary
But
protected.
the bill
So,
does
Margaret,
not
Thank you,
thorough
Senator. We have so much to get to.
background
Margaret, I think it's important
We're
because
going to turn out of the
debate-
economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys weren't
economy,
going to
we're-
fact check. And since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card and waiting for 10 years. That
Thank
is
you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leaders.
describing the legal
And
process.
Kamala-
We
and
have
Kamala
so much
Harris
to
They
get
broke
to,
their own
Senator.
rules.
Those
We have
laws
so
have been on
much.
the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We
CBP
want to
One
have
app has not been on the books since 1990. It's something that Kamala Harris created, Margaret.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get
They
to.
cut
Thank you
the
for explaining
mics.
the legal process. Nora.
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern
They
for
broke their
voters.
own
Each of your
rules.
campaigns has released an economic plan. So let's talk about the specifics. Governor WALZ, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by
than a half
$1.2
hour.
trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala Harris and I do believe in the middle class because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into
Scripted,
effect.
everything you say,
As far
look.
as the housing goes,
Stood in front of
I've
the
seen
mirror
it in
for
Minnesota.
hours.
12% more houses in Minneapolis, prices went down on rent 4%. It's working. And then making sure tax cuts go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit, we have one in Minnesota, reduces childhood poverty by a third. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees, including businesses, it would be destabilizing it, it would increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do, we'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best, more people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, you're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest with you, it even sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies. And what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%, drive the cost of housing higher by about 60%. Open the American southern border and make middle-class life unaffordable for a large number of Americans. If Kamala Harris has such great plans for how to address middle-class problems, then she ought to do them now. Not when asking for a promotion, but in the job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago. And the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in a generation in this country, 1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say, look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one, whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years and the last year as president? That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that. They were wrong about the idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us better off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a generation, Donald Trump had the wisdom and the courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look, we produce soybeans and corn. We need to have fair trading partners. That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics
that's a
show
gross generalization.
that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here, because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did. And then you've simultaneously got to defend Kamala Harris's atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can get back to an America that's affordable again. We just got to get back to common sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on healthcare then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Yeah, well, and to the folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now, look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice.
That's what he's told.
My commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything,
Professional
I will talk a lot. I will get caught up in the rhetoric. But being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID. And I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world. It's about trying to do the best you can for your community. And then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was, I got there that summer and misspoke on this. So I will just, that's what I've said.
Don't answer. Don't answer.
So I was in Hong Kong and China during the democracy protests went in. And from that, I learned a lot of what needed to be in governance.
Thank you, Governor. Senator
Basically,
Vance, in
fucked up.
2016, you
Fucking
called your
piece of
running mate,
shit.
Donald Trump, unfit for the nation's highest office, and you said he could be America's Hitler. I know you've been asked many times, and you've said you regret those comments and explained you then voted for Donald Trump in 2020. But the Washington Post reported new messages last week in which you also disparaged Trump's economic record while he was president, writing to someone in 2020, quote, Trump thoroughly failed to deliver his economic populism. You're now his running mate, and you've shifted many of your policy stances to align with his. If you become vice president, why should Americans trust that you will give Donald Trump the advice he needs to hear and not just the advice he wants to hear? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver on. And yeah, when you screw up, when you misspeak, when you get something wrong and you change your mind, you ought to be honest with the American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out the messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more if the Republican Congress and the Democrats in Congress had been a little bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular, Margaret, because Tim just accused this of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing, and you're probably surprised to hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing jobs. And it's the one issue, the most pro-worker part of the Biden administration, it's the one issue where Kamala Harris has run away from Joe Biden's record. Think about this. If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself and says you're not accessing our markets unless you're paying middle-class Americans a fair wage.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor WALZ, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine. Yes or no? Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry of pregnancies. It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception and limit access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about healthcare. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in healthcare for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much that we can do on the public policy front just to give women more options. Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle this, as messy as democracy sometimes is to let voters make these decisions, let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth. The fact of the matter is, how can we as a nation say that your life and your rights, as basic as the right to control your own body, is determined on geography? There's a very real chance had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, it was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did when I was running for Senate in 2022 talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that, or at least I hope not, though I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making childcare more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice. We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that too. We know that the options need to be available, and we make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things, to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me on this and explain this to me, but as I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term abortion. That is, I think, pro-choice or pro-abortion. That is fundamentally barbaric. And that's why I use that word, Nora, is because some of what we've seen, do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition.
This is the best talking point
women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given this advice on a lot of things, that getting involved, that's been misread, and it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That doesn't preclude us from increasing funding for children. It doesn't increase us from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals, they get early childhood education, they get health care. So the hiding behind we're going to do all these other things when you're not proposing them in your budget, Kamala Harris is proposing them. She's proposing all those things to make life easier for families.
I asked a specific question, Governor. You gave me a slogan as a response.
It's not the case. It's not true. That's not what the law says. So they fact-checked it with President Trump.
Gentlemen, there's a lot to discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Yeah. We'll be back with some more bullshit in a rolling mode.
Oh my God.
And that was his best talking point. He came up, you remember, he says, "Oh, I hope you're going to talk about healthcare." And then he fucked it right up, man. He come out with a whole lot of shit and ate his fucking. What a knobber. I mean, I don't know about you guys. Maybe I'm looking at it differently. You know, I have been distracted taking the dog out and trying to make something to eat and whatnot. But it seems to me that WALZ has got a bloody nose right now. Vance has kind of ripped him a new one. But I don't know. Maybe I missed something.
No, he is digging himself deep, 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 deep.
It's just put that at the back there, just in case they want to show us something that's.
Yeah, he's digging himself deep. He's digging himself deep. It's not going very well for WALZ.
No, it looks like he's like a naughty boy. He's sitting there with his eyebrows all up and down. He's done something wrong. You know he's lying.
Right. I got to remember right the rules of the debate. If I remember right of the debate, I got to relook at the debate rules. If I remember right, they supposedly weren't going to be fact checking them. But by God, they did fact check them. They were not going to be fact checking them. If I remember right. The moderators were not going to be fact checking them. If I remember right. If I remember right. If I remember right, they were not going to be fact checking them. But boy, God, that sure did go out the window. If I remember right.
I mean, I got to say this. He's got a lot. He's got a lot to do. Right? He's got a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah.
I do not feel so. I mean, I feel sorry for him a little bit because he's on the losing side of this argument.
Yeah.
On every argument.
Yeah.
Well, all his talking points that he used are literally just that, talking points.
Yeah, and I have watched him dig hole after hole after hole after hole. And the moderators fact check the fentanyl, and and why wouldn't they bring up the app? Why wouldn't they bring up the app that the illegals are using? Why would they let them bring up that?
I'm telling you, they're just going to install puppet government in, and that's a guarantee. People think they did it to him last time. They're going to do it to him again. I think they're going to install the regime that they want, and that might even spark a war, civil war, because people are going to know that that's a farce. It's a coup, whatever you want to call it. The guy couldn't get pull a crowd. None of them can. Kamala or this guy, they can't pull a crowd.
Yeah.
He had to literally go to the World's Trade Fair, right? So he could pull a crowd, right?
Okay.
Borrow someone else's crowd. There we go.
And we're back.
And sentenced to 10 years in prison. Do you think holding parents responsible could curb mass shootings? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, Nora, on that particular case, I don't know the full details, but I certainly trust local law enforcement and local authorities to make those decisions. I think in some cases the answer is going to be yes, and in some cases the answer is going to be no. And the details really matter here, of course. For example, if a kid steals a gun, that's going to be different than if a parent hands over a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous. But look, I want to just sort of speak as a father of 3 beautiful little kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such pride at their little faces on the first day of school. And we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff. And we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of illegal guns run by the Mexican drug cartels. So that number, the amount of illegal guns in our country is higher today than it was 3.5 years ago. But what do we do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and I say this not loving the answer, because I don't want my kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data. But here's the problem. If we really want to solve this, we've got folks that won't allow research to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and here's what I do think, that this is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can still keep your firearms and we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's doing okay. Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said actually about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is okay, first of all, we have way higher rates of mental health abuse or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools, we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was the NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues, making sure folks have health care and all that, but I want to be very careful. This idea of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns. And there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes in the United States, and that contributes to the high housing prices. Governor WALZ, the Harris campaign promises a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are not folks living in those houses. Those of you listening tonight, that house is a big deal. I bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the vice president is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates. We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason. That's not the case that's happening in many cities. The fact of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing, but we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising? And what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim. 25 million illegal aliens competing with Americans for scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien populations under Kamala Harris's leadership. Now, Tim just mentioned a bunch of ideas. Now, some of those ideas I actually think are halfway decent, and some of them I disagree with. But the most important thing here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to enact all of these policies to make housing more affordable, I invite her to use the office that the American people already gave her, not sit around and campaign and do nothing while Americans find the American dream of homeownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs, aside from illegal immigration, is, think about it. If a truck driver is paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering to the job site to build the house is also going to become a lot more expensive. If we open up American energy, you will get immediate pricing relief for American citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, yeah, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need homes. We should be kicking out illegal immigrants who are competing for those homes, and we should be building more homes for the American citizens who deserve to be here.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in.
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we
prices.
agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands. I know in the western part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands in and around Minneapolis, for example. So the issue is I don't understand the federal lands issue unless we see this, and I worry about this as someone who cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists are saying that it is immigrants that's adding to the cost?
Governor, your time is up. But Senator, on that point, I'd like for you to clarify. There are many contributing factors to high housing costs. What evidence do you have that migrants are part of this problem?
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look, we are a country of builders. We're a country of doers. We're a country of explorers. But we increasingly have a federal administration that makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim WALZ. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that in some cases, many of those are local, many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal, but I think whenever we talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, I have concepts of a plan. Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing how chronically ill Americans get health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this concepts of a plan remark. I think it's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%. He introduced pricing transparency. Think about healthcare. You go into a hospital, you try to buy something, and nobody knows what it actually costs. That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice and will also drive down costs. And we talked about, the reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along. And I think it's an important point about President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and healthcare costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do, but I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better healthcare policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy gives you some history. I was there at the creation of the ACA. And the reason it was so important is I come from a major healthcare state, home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening, this is critical to you. Now, Donald Trump all of a sudden wants to go back and remember this. He ran on the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage of John McCain to save that bill. Now, fast forward, what that means to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare. We have 10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens? You pay your premium, it's not much. They figure they're not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem. And he did so in a way that preserved people's access to coverage who had pre-existing conditions. But again, something that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low. Take-home pay was higher, and he saved the very program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed absent his leadership. He did his job, which is govern in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain about problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system works. And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then what happens is— So you think the individual mandate's a good idea? You shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it doesn't, it collapses. You are asking pre-ACA where we get people out. Look, people know that they need to be on health care. People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying healthcare once you get past 70. So look, the ACA works. We can continue to do better. Kamala Harris did that. The way she made everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret.
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of time. We have a number of subjects to discuss. Margaret.
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child care crisis in this country, and the United States is one of the very few developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor WALZ, you've said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start. The family works better. We stay in their employers. We get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue. Those big companies are able to offer it. Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest. He's willing to say, bust those unions up, do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid family medical leave program, and I will tell you, go to the families or go to the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company, but the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice possible. And I think this is a very important substantive difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's approach. I mean, look, if you look at the federal programs that we have that support paid family leave right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of childcare model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with childcare. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide childcare in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote childcare, because look, it is unacceptable. And, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said, Senator Vance, many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on childcare as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking in. Is President Trump committed to the $5,000 per child tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump economic plan. Cut taxes for American workers and American families, cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, childcare options that are viable and workable for a lot of American families.
Can you clarify how that will solve the childcare shortage?
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care options for American families, because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Thank you, Senator. Governor WALZ, your ticket also has some child care tax credit proposals. Do you think Congress will agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised? Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy is growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by President Trump and other Republican presidents, looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread fraud. The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters ought to protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president. Donald Trump left the White House. And now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens. And it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than debate and persuade her fellow Americans, she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by two lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. And of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on every issue, but we're united behind a basic American First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris is engaged in censorship at an industrial scale. She did it during COVID. She's done it over a number of other issues. And that, to me, is a much bigger threat to democracy than what Donald Trump said when he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Governor?
Well, I've enjoyed tonight's debate, and I think there was a lot of commonality here. And I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator. But
me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this, and the fact is that I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he did. 140 police officers were beaten at the Capitol that day. Some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that imprisoning your political opponents, already laying the groundwork for people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country. We are going to shake hands after this debate and after this election. And of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win. But if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had the election stolen by Vladimir Putin because the Russians bought like $500,000 worth of Facebook ads. This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight, and I'm going to thank Senator Vance. I think this is the conversation they want to hear. And I think there's a lot of agreement. But this is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from speaking their mind in the wake of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment. You yourself have said there's no First Amendment right to misinformation. Kamala Harris wants to use the power of government and big tech to silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this, I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is, where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows he could do anything, including taking an election, and his vice president's not going to stand to it? That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that, because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
That got a little heated there for a minute. But it has been stated many, many times that our First Amendment may be in jeopardy from both. Not agree from one or the other, but I agree it will be in jeopardy from both. has been stated that it may be in jeopardy because they may be taking down both of us. But there is something interesting going on. I don't know if many of you caught it, but I did catch it. I didn't get it clipped, but many others did get it clipped. It is floating around on X. I don't know if you guys caught it. I sent it to MELLOWS, but it was caught.
Yeah, that's why he made the comment earlier that he misspeaks a lot.
Yes, he does misspeak a lot.
So he's made a lot of friends with shooters. So I imagine he would do being in the army.
Oh boy. Boy, did he miss that, and boy, is it floating on X. Oh my Lord, is it? It is floating on X big
Is that
time.
it? Is it finished?
It is all over X big time.
Is it finished now, or is it break?
It's on break. This is the second break. This is the final break. Trump supporters outside of the debate in Manhattan, New York, they are throwing tampons.
Plug the leak. Get the tampons going.
Yes, they are throwing tampons. They are throwing tampons outside at Palestine and Kamala Harris supporters, where they are debating. That is an interesting, very interesting. That is very interesting that has happened. So, very interesting.
I mean, it is literally like having watching a debate between a tampon and a condom.
Hey, Ariel. I don't know if you caught that message from Aussie Nathan.
No? But Ozzy, you have to come to Jitsi, man. I can give you the link there, or I'll email you the link.
So, you need to get a hold of Aussie.
Yeah. What's he want? Link to
his email. His email for.
It should be in his email. He goes back and checks his emails. It'll be in there.
Tossed and elected to go last. So, Governor WALZ, you are first. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Senator Vance. Thank you to CBS News. And most importantly, thank you to all of you. If you're still up and the folks who miss Dancing with Our Stars, I appreciate it. But look, the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between there. And they don't all agree on everything, but they are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics will be better than it is. And I have to tell you that that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage. And then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor WALZ, thank you. Senator Vance, your closing statement.
Well, I want to thank Governor WALZ, you folks at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough money to turn on the heat some nights because Ohio gets pretty cold at night and because money was often very tight. And I believe, as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods. You ought to not have your communities flooded with fentanyl. And that too has gotten harder with Kamala because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS News, thank you.
Yeah, don't forget, folks, go out and vote harder. And if you don't vote hard enough, remember, it's your fault.
Yes. And remember,
it's always your fault.
Yeah.
You voted for the wrong one.
And remember, fire in the theater is not actually a real First Amendment. That is misinformation. So, that is misinformation. Okay. I just want everybody to know that that is misinformation. Okay. So I want everybody. Okay. The whole fire in the theater thing is not actually a real First Amendment. That is misinformation. Yes, you're welcome to join Indiana. I will open up the back room. But that is misinformation. So anybody that thinks that is real, that is misinformation. And that comes from the civil rights lawyer. Okay? So if you are thinking that, that is misinformation. So that is misinformation. So to back chat, private chat. So if you think that is true, you are wrong. That is misinformation. You are wrong. Hello,
All
Indy.
right. Hey guys.
You are wrong.
Hey, Indy. How you doing, bro?
So
that was a shit show.
We knew it would be.
Yeah.
They didn't disappoint.
No.
That was a shit show.
Well, it's another senseless debate. Unfortunately,
exactly.
yes.
Okay, everybody in chat. Ariel, before you leave, who won the debate? 1 for Vance, 2 for WALZ. Okay.
You get a 1 from me.
1 for Vance, 2 for WALZ. Let's see what the polls say. 1 for Vance, 2 for WALZ. Who won the debate? Who won the debate? Who won the debate?
Exactly, Ariel.
We got Vance in the lead. We got Vance in the lead.
Now, there's only one thing that I can think of Americans not liking him and thinking that he's too young.
Young? What's age got to do with it?
But he seems very intelligent, in my opinion.
Okay.
And knows his way around, so.
Okay. The one thing I'm going to say is Vance did not admit that Biden won. Vance did not admit that. He did not admit it.
Admit what?
Vance did not admit that Biden won.
Oh, yeah.
He did not admit that.
Yeah.
That I will admit that Vance
They hung up on that. That's why I believe they didn't. I mean, it's obvious. They both lied.
Yeah,
more
of
than
course.
the other.
That's why I wrote that comment, I think they should make a law. If they're saying they're going to say something that they're going to do, if they don't even try to do it, and their policies are completely different than what they say on the campaign, they should be kicked out. Because it's lying to the American citizens.
Okay. I pulled up political fact checked. Okay. I pulled up the political fact check. Political fact check moderator, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks, she said to Vance. Vance said he never supported a national ban. In January interview, Vance said, I certainly would have an abortion, like abortions to be illegal nationwide. In November, he told reporters that we can't give an idea of federal Congress has no role in the matter, but since joining Trump's ticket. He aligned with the abortion rhetoric matching Trump. So, Vance said it was good news in the last 12 months. It saw the largest decrease in opiates death. Fact checked, political fact checked.
Now, depending on what channel you're watching, they're gonna say that. Oh, let's say Fox is probably gonna say that Vance won, while the other ones say that WALZ won.
Who'll say that?
Yeah, it's all going to be different.
That's crazy. I was wondering how you do that with StreamYard. Is that a new thing to prevent porn bombers?
You just make a separate room.
Oh, okay.
We just live on it. CBC's data supports claims about fact checking overdose deaths open decreased in 2023 overall, which I don't agree with this, because it has increased. Not Ariel, it has increased.
Good night, Ariel.
Yeah, good night.
I don't believe half of this.
I don't believe. Yeah, I think we're losing our country.
Fentanyl seizures have been on the rise for years, and this I do. They have increased, and they did say they have increased. As of August of 2024, agents have seized more than 19,000 pounds of fentanyl. It's fiscal year in 2024. So they did get that one right.
Yeah.
So
I wish they would have brought up the fact that most of the immigrants that they're flying in are people that are just got out of jail from their countries.
WALZ did lie. Trump hasn't paid federal taxes in 15 years. WALZ lied about that. So
does he really have a 17-year-old that witnessed something like that?
Huh?
Does he really have a 17-year-old that witnessed shooting? That's what I'm wondering about. He looks too old to have a 17-year-old, but I could be wrong.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
He does?
Yep. His son was at he is handicapped.
Oh, yeah.
According, it's been publicly stated that, and there is more than one report out that they lost 320,000 children by Homeland Security, and it was fact checked. And there's been congressional hearings on it because I have played them on my channel.
Yeah.
The report mentioned 3,200 children have failed to appear for congressional hearings, and 291,000 children who immigration have not served a notice to appear. The notice to appear is charging documents. It's funny how they're changing it.
Yeah.
It's changing. WALZ said under Trump there was $8 trillion increase in national debt, the largest ever. Half true. WALZ is wrong to project. They did this. This is interesting. WALZ is wrong that the Project 2025 called for a registry of pregnancies. That's false. WALZ is at the point that Trump is giving tax credits to top the class. This is largely occurred through a number of varies depending on the year's study. So it's interesting. Night, Nurse D.
Night, Nurse D.
But we have here in New York, we have a factory going in, a microchip factory going in here in New York. And it's been delayed now for 2 years. It's been being delayed.
When they were talking about the oh gosh, I'm having a brain fart. all those solar panels and all that shit.
No, this is the microchips. This is a chip factory.
No, I meant the fact that they brought that up and saying that most of the stuff that are parts for it are from other countries, you know.
And thank God they are.
And Walsh just was like, what do I say? Type look.
I mean, did you realize the environments that are created when mining for things like lithium and this kind of stuff used? I mean, we're talking about real hell on earth, right? The most toxic, most inhospitable environments, the devastation it creates to the ecosystem and the environment, the water supply, the water table, the food chain, all the animal life, all of this stuff, right? By introducing this sort of development manufacturing industry back into this, it's gonna be bad. I mean, it's good timing that they've got a whole bunch of migrants that they could employ for cheap labor, but
exactly, that's what I was thinking.
Coincidence. Oh, maybe that's oh, hang on. Is there a conspiracy there somewhere?
I think so. Sounds like it to me.
Yeah, we have a micron technology plant that is supposed to be built here in New York.
Really? Okay.
And the plant the construction was supposed to start last year.
But it never started, right?
And no, it has not started. It is a $6.1 billion chip factory. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And Biden flew in for this chip factory to announce it.
And it never happened. Wow.
He flew in, Biden flew in, Schumer was there, and they made a big announcement that it was coming here to New York. Okay. All right. So this is one of their big announcements. And, you know, they were talking about this in the debate tonight. All right. This is a big micron. It's real. And it's $1 billion federal investment from chips and science law, and they had the big groundbreaking, and it was supposedly a $5.3 billion tax credit. All right, green chip law, this whole big, all right, semiconductory. Okay. Yep.
Everything that WALZ says was bullshit. I'm sorry, but I mean,
Okay.
when you talk about American citizens, all the
All
money
right.
that they said that they were going to help the American citizens, that's bullshit. Look at all the money they already gave the immigrants.
All right. Now it's no longer going to happen until, and it's supposed to have opened up in 2029. Now it will not be operational until 2032.
Are you kidding me? Biden will be dead by then.
Yeah, hopefully. What about the millions of pounds they spent on those handful of car chargers?
Oh
Yeah.
shit, yeah. That's right. And those batteries that keep exploding and all that stuff. Come on.
Yeah, they said they needed all these millions of pounds, right, to build an infrastructure, billions, in fact, right, to build an infrastructure and and provide all these power,
Right.
so people can charge their electric vehicles that they want people to use, right?
Yeah,
Well,
okay. Okay,
they
well
then they should build like 4 or 5 or 8 or something like that. Let me just Google it.
yeah,
They're
well
building a handful.
well let's say that went through, right? And everybody had
They
to
built
have an electric vehicle. What are they going to do with all the people that can't afford a new vehicle? Are
Well,
they going to
think
give everybody a new car?
it really doesn't make any sense anyway, because
It
if you've
doesn't.
got an electric vehicle, right, and you want to
Yeah,
charge, you're going to plug it into the grid. The grid uses fossil fuel to generate electricity. So what the fuck
exactly.
are you doing?
Yep.
I think they built 8. I think
Plus,
they built 8.
These
and
people
if you,
think we're stupid, right?
yeah, and you want to drive somewhere, but then you have to stop and wait 8 hours to fucking have your car charged.
Now think about all the car manufacturers, right, that are going to literally just become bankrupt, right? I mean, all those thousands of employees, right? All those jobs, right? They're no longer being able to fucking build these cars, right? That rely on fossil fuels. Where are all those jobs going to go to? I mean,
Exactly.
what are they going to do?
There's
They
nothing
can't
they can
drive
do.
the lorries anymore, because most people
Yeah.
they used to leave the factories and then go into lorry driving and transportation. Well, there's
Okay.
you can't drive lorries, man, because they're all fossil fuels. We have to drive electric cars now. They're self-driving now. We don't need drivers. We don't need drivers. We don't need manufacturers. We don't need anything. We've got a nice cheap labor force, next to nothing. These people are insane, right? It's a checkmate situation for us, and we're all fucked.
Oh yeah. I was thinking. How movies lately, even in the past, I mean, lately they can't think of things to make movies of, so a lot of them are based on true stories and stuff.
Mhm.
Lately, a lot of movies have been coming. What's been happening with the government? Like the new movie that they just posted out of Civil War. You know,
Priming us.
exactly. Not exactly.
Oh,
Where do you think they
interesting.
get? Where do you think they get those ideas? God.
They plant the ideas. That's what they do. They just implanted the idea in people's head. They want a civil war. That's why they made so many movies about it.
Yep.
Movies, TV
More
shows,
than
dozens of them.
August 27th, 2024. Investing in America. Number of public available electric chargers had doubled since the Biden administration. deployment of 9,200 EV charging ports, 521 million in grants. They don't say how many is actually. Approximately 1,000 new public charging being added each week. Okay. 8 federal recognized tribes and District of Columbia, 29 states, including the deployment of more than 9,200 EV charging ports. Now there are over 192,000 public available charging ports and approximately 1,000 new public charging ports being added each week.
Yeah, and I wonder how much they cost for you to charge your vehicle. I'm
But
sure
you
it's not
know,
free.
now you got to remember, you have to remember,
Mm-hmm.
you got to have electricity to
And
charge
you can't
them.
have that without.
Now, and when you don't have electricity, you got to have an alternate to charge.
Yeah, that's why they're using
Generators,
coal and
which-
everything. You know, it's like they're using.
which is gas, diesel, or
Yep.
coal.
Yep. So
Okay.
they're just finding a different way of using it. You know, it's not going to help the government or the environment.
Okay. All 3 CNN panelists agree that Tim Walz got crushed by J.D. Vance.
I agree. And like there were so many different times where he was touching his ear. I'm wondering if he's like has like a microphone in there instead of an, you know. And he kept looking down, writing his notes and stuff like that. Like people were talking to him. Oh, you need to say this, say this, say this, say this, say that.
CBS moderator asked Tim Walz why he lied about being at the square during the massacre. He admitted being a knucklehead and getting caught up with the arithmetic. So he admitted he was at Tiananmen Square in China, and he was a knucklehead.
Oh, Vance is talking right now on Fox about the debate. I really doubt Walz is going to do that on any channel. He's gonna get his ass spanked by Harris.
So he needs some backup now. What they're going to do is get some people to come and speak, to back him up. They need a little show, like a little women show, get a whole bunch of women on board.
I just think it's funny. He went to Michigan to campaign and they booed him out of the state. Or at least out of his campaign. It's like, what the hell? I was just telling you that in case you wanted to play it or watch that. I didn't
Stick the
know.
link with them, man.
So I don't know what he's saying right now, but
I'm trying to find out.
So is the debate finished then, Marva?
the debate's over, but he's doing Vance is on Fox right now and he's talking about the debate. So
I'm trying to find out.
We just need a change in this country. We need to get back to the
I don't know if you can hear it from my TV.
No, don't.
Yeah, I won't. I'll turn it down. I was trying to turn my
I just found out.
PC closed captioning. There we go.
percent higher. Everybody knows because I go shopping every week myself. Every store we go to, every item.
And I agree. The president can't do everything, you know? That's why we have Congress. So you can't just blame everything on Trump. And that's what he was doing, blaming everything on Trump.
So, see, this is where they make their mistake, right? They don't have to do that. They don't have to play the blame game.
Exactly.
Right? Trump is not that difficult to beat, right?
Exactly. You know, if you don't like his twits and Twitters and all that stuff, fine. But
if they weren't lying so much, they beat him on merit alone. But because they're bullshit, right?
Yeah.
They can't argue his point.
Yeah. Exactly.
Fucking useless, man.
Yep. Yep.
It's pathetic. It's disturbing, you know?
It's upsetting that you know, people are actually falling for this bullshit.
Oh gosh, there's so many snowflakes out there that they just don't know. They don't even care.
They're looking at the medical expenses and they're saying we can maybe afford 2 of these 3 things, but we can't afford all 3. Right. And I just want Americans, I want, you know, if you're struggling in this country and you're looking to the future, I want you to look to the future from a place of hope and optimism. I want you to believe the American dream is still possible, because I really do believe it's still possible, Sean, but man, only if we get the policies that actually make sense for the American people. I mean, the thing that I've learned most the last 8 weeks, man, I've had such an insight into this country, and it's so amazing. People come up and ask me how I'm doing. And sometimes I'm talking about people who are struggling in a very big way. And it's sort of like, you know, I kind of have this like eureka moment of, if all of these American citizens are so concerned about the guy running for vice president when they themselves can't afford groceries, there is a generosity of spirit in this country that is so amazing. We need a leader who actually matches up with that generosity of spirit, a leader who's fit to lead the greatest nation in the world. We don't have it now. I think we're about to have it starting on November 5th.
You know, it was interesting because I remember Kamala had said about the high price of energy. Now, I would think it matters to the people of Pennsylvania and your state of Ohio on the issue of fracking.
Of course.
And she doesn't want offshore drilling. One of the things that I feel with 35 days left and early voting starting, she has not answered why she co-sponsored the Green New Deal, $93 trillion, right? That to me is Marxism.
Yeah.
Why she co-sponsored government-run health care, Medicare for all, no private health insurance.
Right.
You know, how do you justify sex change operations paid for by taxpayers, amnesty when people don't respect our laws, border sovereignty, or defund, dismantle the police? Or I did wish you brought this up at the end. You know, she tweeted out a bail fund 4 days after police precinct was burned to the ground, and then said they're not going to stop rioting, shouldn't stop rioting, and we're not going to stop rioting.
Yeah. In my defense, Sean, there's so much to whack Kamala Harris about with her record that you only had 90 minutes. I didn't have 4 hours.
Yeah.
But no, look, you're absolutely right here that her policies, it's not just that she did these things. She, in some cases, went out and bragged about opening the border. She bragged about how she wanted to divert resources away from police officers. She bragged about the Green New scam, which, of course, is one of the main drivers of energy and food prices. She bragged about this stuff. It happened, and Americans have suffered from it. Now, you made a good point. She hasn't answered for any of this. Well, Sean, in her defense, she hasn't answered for anything because she refuses to sit down for interviews.
Don't do press conferences or interviews for crying out loud.
Okay, look, honestly.
By the way, I will offer Kamala and Tim Walz a whole week's worth of shows if they'd come.
No, Sean, I legitimately believe, no kidding, that you would be a much more fair interviewer of Kamala Harris than, for example, like Dana Bash was with me. Right. But you go on Dana Bash's show, you go on Sean Hannity, you go wherever you can, because if you want to be the vice president of the United States, you ought to earn it. You ought to get out there and talk to the American people. And I think it's the most scandalous part of her entire campaign is that she's running
from a basement, hiding from the very people that she wants to lead, while you have a contrast of Donald Trump, who not only was a successful president once, but is so eager to get out there and make his case to the American people that he's doing multiple rallies a day, multiple interviews with news leaders. That is the kind of guy with the energy that you need to actually run this country.
You know, one of the things I think you look for in a debate is tone, pitch, cadence, intelligence. Does that person have the ability to step in, God forbid, if you have to become the president of the United States? At the end of the day, I felt this was maybe for people that had a caricature of you. You mentioned one of Donald Trump. I think that came across tonight. You had a good time?
I had a lot of fun, man. And yeah,
on a scale of 1 to 10, how nervous were you?
Like an 11.
11. By the way, it is a big moment. There's only, 70 million people or so watching.
Exactly. It's a very big moment. And yeah, I saw it as an opportunity to look directly at the American people and communicate the ways in which I thought we could do better.
Yale, right? There was one person ahead of you, if I'm not mistaken.
No, there were a lot of people ahead of me, including my wife. I think she was number one. Yeah,
she was number one.
She was way ahead of me.
Yeah.
But no, man, it's such a cool opportunity to get to talk to the American people, to get to make your case to them, to get to remind them that, like, Kamala Harris's policies have been a failure. And I tried as much as possible to make it about policy, because I think that's where Donald Trump is such a better candidate, but most importantly, a much better president than these guys.
Look at Sean, record low unemployment for every demographic: African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, women in the workplace.
Rising take-home pay in the biggest and most significant acceleration in 40 years in this country. I mean, you go back, there's a chart, Sean, that I was obsessed with in college, where you look at the wages of working class people, black, brown, white, whatever their skin color, and it basically kind of stagnates for like 30 years. And then all of a sudden this thing happens where it shoots right up. And that's the presidency of Donald J. Trump. It's an amazing record to run on. And not only were there wages of all these working people of every skin color going up, but then inflation was between 1.5% and 2% the entire time that he was president. It's the best economic record of any president, at least since World War II. And man, it's not just like, look, I'm running with a guy. I love to brag on Donald Trump's economic record. People were happier and healthier. Families like mine could afford the essentials because he was a good president. We got to get back to it.
Last question, and I now read the book and watched the movie. Because when I first
hadn't read the book.
I hadn't read the book. I only had watched the movie. And when you think of where you came from, and I thought, my 4 grandparents came from Ireland legally, and they were poor. My parents both grew up very poor. And my mom was a prison guard. She worked 16 hours her whole life. My dad, a family court probation guy, waiter. I learned to work and be financially independent when I was young. Nothing compared to your life. And I saw at the convention, and your mom was there, and what that meant to you, that she had turned her life around. And I just think it's a redemption story that America really can appreciate. But so now you came from there to here. Not a bad story. You just we need to get to the final chapter.
That's exactly right, man.
35 days. Can you believe it?
35 days. I can't believe it, but I think we're in a sprint. We're going to work as hard as we can for every single vote. Look, man, I feel amazing about the polls. If you look at the pollsters who've been most accurate, actually we're in a better place than we were in 2016. And of course, Donald Trump won the election in 2016. Yeah. I mean, look, I feel very good about it. I think the energy is great. You mentioned my mom. She's probably watching now. I love you, Mom. I'm proud of you. She's been clean and sober, by the way, for almost 10 years now. And it's Sean, man, the American dream is an American dream of second chances, right? If people, they fall off the horse, but they keep on getting back on. And I think that we need leadership that makes those second chances possible. That is what the presidency of Donald Trump represents. It's not just about red team versus blue team. Like, I want to beat the Democrats, and it'll be fun on November 5th to beat the Democrats. If Donald Trump is the next president, the people that I care most about are going to have better lives. And that is what this is all about.
2016 was about the forgotten men and women. I mentioned my grandparents and my parents, and I feel I stand on their shoulders. And I know you feel you stand on the shoulders.
Of course.
And that's the dream of every American, in my view. And that's the shining city on a hill that Reagan talked about, right?
And my mammal is It's smiling from heaven. I'm running for vice president of the greatest country in the world.
What an incredible story about an
thing,
incredible woman.
And what a great testament to our country.
It's great to see you. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks,
Great job tonight.
Take care.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, now here with more reaction to tonight's debate, Senator Ted Cruz is with us, himself a champion debater. Senator, let's get your take. You just heard from Senator Vance. I didn't think this debate was close. I thought tone, pitch, cadence, intelligence, demeanor, knowledge was so superior to Tim Walz, and I think Senator Vance made a good point. Tim Walz had a tougher record to defend.
Well, Sean, tonight was a very good night. JD did an excellent job tonight. And I got to say, the winner of the debate tonight was Donald Trump. The loser of the debate tonight was Kamala Harris. You know, Kamala Harris is desperately trying to hide in Joe Biden's basement. She's trying to hide from her record. The best moments in the debate were when it focused on economics, when it focused on the economic disaster of Kamala Harris's record, how working men and women are paying more at the grocery store, at the pump, paying more every day. And also when it focused critically on the fact that she is the incumbent. You and I have talked about before how Kamala Harris's entire strategy is to pretend she's in an alternate reality where she's the change candidate and Donald J. Trump is the incumbent president. And I think tonight, JD did a very good job of contrasting Donald Trump's record to Kamala Harris's record. If we compare their records, whether it is on the border, under Donald Trump, the border was secure. Under Kamala Harris, it's the worst it's ever been on history. Whether it's the economy, under Donald Trump, we had booming prosperity. Under Kamala Harris, we have American people struggling and hurting. Or whether it was foreign policy, under Donald Trump, we had peace. And in fact, we saw peace breaking out in the Middle East. Under Kamala Harris, we see war across the globe. I think that contrast came out very, very clearly tonight, and Kamala Harris was the loser.
I got to tell you, Senator, I did see an ad in your race in Texas that was maybe one of the most effective ads I've ever seen, dealing with issues involving immigration and others. And I know they've gone after you with a lot of money, but I think when is your debate coming up? That's one we definitely want to watch. What I think
my debate
Alan
is going to be
Dershowitz
October
said you were one of his
15th,
best students ever. Yeah.
You know, my debate's October 15th, and I'm running against a hard left Democrat, call it all red, just like Kamala Harris. Both of them are hiding in Biden's basement. Both of them are trying to run away from their radical left-wing record, and both of them are relying on hundreds of millions of dollars. As you know, Sean, Chuck Schumer is flooding millions of dollars into the state of Texas. George Soros is flooding millions of dollars. We're being massively outspent. And so I'm so grateful for everyone watching who goes to tedcruz.org. Tedcruz.org makes a contribution of $25, $50, $100. We are being massively outspent. I'll tell you, we've had now 2 polls in the last 2 weeks that show this as a 1-point race. And in fact, we've had 2 polls that show the Democrat winning because Chuck Schumer is spending so much money. It's why I need so many of your viewers to go to tedcruz.org right now and support us, because just like Kamala Harris is trying to do to Donald Trump, Colin Allred is trying to do the same thing to Texas and flip Texas blue, and Chuck Schumer and George Soros are paying for it.
Senator Cruz, we're going to be following your race very closely. As always, thank you for being with us. All right, joining us now from the Trump Organization, Executive Vice President Donald Trump Jr. By the way, it's freezing in this room.
It's really
Do
cold.
they not have heat? They not have heat at
Especially now that I'm
CBS?
a Florida guy. It's
Yeah, exactly. I think our blood got thinner.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'm going to tell a true story. We've known each other since a long time. I knew you long before your dad ever got into politics. He'd always bring me into your office, your brother's office, and Ivanka's office. And it was funny because all of a sudden, J.D. Vance's name comes up again and again. And I didn't know him as well as you. And I called you. I said, okay, I know you really want J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't know him as well as you. Tell me why. I guess we learned a big lesson tonight because he was spectacular on that stage.
it was a masterclass. I mean, it was just a spectacular performance. I mean, he understood the facts. He steamrolled the moderators when they tried to fact check him with nonsense, right? He was 100% right. Notice they didn't do that again. He had just such a command. It was interesting. I tweeted during the thing, I'm watching Tim Walz going like this as JD saw every time. I mean, the optics of it was terrible. I think Tim Walz is voting for Trump Vance. It was just an incredible performance. JD he gets
it's not
it.
Gonna, because they're not going to have feminine hygiene products in boys' bathrooms or gender-affirming care without parental consent.
No, we're worried about policies that actually matter for Americans, not tampons in boys' bathrooms.
Right.
And that's the reality, Sean. We've seen that today. We see it not just with the longshoremen strike, but you see it with literally Iran, not through proxies, but actually directly striking Israel itself today. Notice how that didn't happen under Trump. We went from a time of peace to a time of war, right? This is the Kamala Harris Biden administration, right? It's the same thing. They've had power. They're trying to pretend as though she magically started her political career 3 weeks ago when they, shoved her into that role. We went from a time of peace to a time of war. We went from a time of prosperity to a time of poverty. Everyone feels it. The world has been watching, and it has gone to hell in a handbasket, and it's because of the policies. Again, we've had 4 years under Trump. You know exactly what my father can do. Our enemies weren't attacking our allies. We weren't broke.
No inflation, no high interest rates, no war in the Middle East. By the way, it feels to me we're on the verge of an all-out war in the Middle East.
We are. We can have peace again, and we can have prosperity again, but we're not going to have it with weak and feckless leaders like Kamala Harris. And again, I understand the media is going to media, right? They're going to spin it. She's a moderate because they'll do anything. They're the marketing department of the left, of course. They're spinning her as though she's a moderate. I mean, I'm seeing these. I'm looking at her policies over a 25-plus year career. The most radical person in the United States Senate, left of Bernie Sanders, and now they're saying no, she wants the wall. I'm saying, almost like Joe Biden putting on a MAGA hat. I'm saying, what is going on here? But they'll tell you whatever you need to hear to get your vote, and then they'll do whatever they want.
Maybe I sound like a broken record, but no fracking, no offshore drilling, defund, dismantled, no bail laws,
open borders,
open borders, free housing, food, healthcare, education, sex change, amnesty, and they have allowed in murderers, they have allowed in rapists, they have allowed in other violent criminals, people with terror ties. We have Iranian hit squads looking to assassinate your father after two
other members of my family, including myself.
Okay, and your whole family.
I got that call too.
By the way, I am sorry that you did get the call. I'm sorry.
I did get the call, and I've also, in the last 2 months, had to explain to my 5 children twice that someone tried to assassinate their grandfather, who they love a lot. We've dealt with some stuff, but it's.
By the way, your daughter
it's
Kai,
important.
who I interviewed at the RNC, she's a special kid.
She is,
She's
and
really-
and again, she wasn't apolitical. She's a 17-year-old girl, but she's been watching the attacks. She knows the measure of the man. She knows my father. She plays golf with him every weekend. She's probably spent more time with my father than any of the other
Does she
Trumps
beat him?
combined. He may be watching, so I got to be a little careful on this one, but it could be close.
It could be close.
He's a very good golfer, Sean. I gotta be very careful. I'll never be seen on television ever again. No, she's great, and they have such a good relationship. But she was with me when that happened, and she went through it. And that Monday morning, 2 days later, she calls me like, "I want to speak at the RNC." I'm like, "Whoa!" That's a big speech for a 17-year-old. When I was 17, I probably had a hard time getting up in front of my classroom. And she was just so sick of it. And honestly, I think the American people are so sick of it. They're sick of what's going on with immigration. They're sick of what's going on with fentanyl. They're sick of the wars and the never-ending funding for wars. No one's articulated what victory even looks like. We can fund that, but we can't take care of people in their own hometowns.
By the way, she
It's
gave
disgusting.
$8 billion to Ukraine. We now have given nearly $200 billion.
250.
Yeah, total. And
Well, how about $8
North
billion
Carolina?
to Iran, who is just sending missiles into Israel today?
How about we just send it to North Carolina, Georgia? We send it to Tennessee
They
and
can't
Florida.
even be bothered, Sean. They haven't even shown up. My father's doing more for North Carolina and Georgia by getting Elon to bring in Starlink and supplies
Isn't
to
that
be able to
amazing?
create communications. Honestly, what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden should do is Donald, please take over the disaster response, because we're too busy taking care of our enemies around the world and making sure that Iran feels comfortable and is well-funded to keep attacking our enemies. I mean, that's what they should do. If they wanted to actually solve something for the American people, put him in charge now.
All right. When did you first focus in on JD? Because we had a long conversation. I called you about it.
Oh yeah, no. Early on, before this, sort of before the Senate run, and 2 years before that, started getting to know each other. And again, there were some differences and otherwise, but he was the first guy to sort of come around and.
Yeah, that's, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. We've seen this over and over.
Yep. It's funny. I was looking at the other ones on the TV, and CNN wasn't even talking about it. And MSNBC was just talking to college students about the reaction, what their thoughts. I'm thinking, yeah, okay, yeah. WALZ did not win, and they know it.
No.
Yeah.
So it's all battle stations now. I mean, shit. CIA were fucking around with.
Yeah. It's sad. It's sad. It's sad. Hello, Lady Vitek. Welcome. I've been running the show. I haven't looked over very much over at chat. Oh God. What?
It's hard, when you're watching your government or your nation fall apart,
Yep.
When there's so many things you don't know about that are going to happen pretty soon.
And it's unfortunately, everybody says, well, what's MELLOWS got to do with our government?
I'm sorry, but okay, I'll just I'll tell you guys. MELLOWS, he's very knowledgeable about the laws. He knows a lot more than I probably do.
Okay, let me explain something to you, Indiana.
There we go.
Okay. What happens in the U.S. trickles over to the UK.
Yes, it does.
Because usually what happens here in the U.S. affects the UK because the bullshit goes there. Because what happens here usually happens there.
Oh, and shit. How much are we going to have to pay more for food now with everybody on strike?
I hope you're stocking up.
I have not, but I should.
That's
a good idea. That's a good idea.
Stocking.
Buy a buy whole crap load of rice, just in case.
Start stocking up that toilet paper. Get that toilet paper bought. Get that toilet paper bought. And somebody said to me, you better have about 6 months worth of supply in your house.
Yeah.
Worth of stuff. My brother
You
was
got
here
to get into selling toilet paper, right?
Start stocking.
All right, let's say Trump is winning by landslide. Do you think they would call martial law just to keep them in
I don't
office?
think they're going to let him have it. You know that.
What's that?
I really don't think they're going to let him have it. Even if he wins by a landslide, I think they are going to. I think it's going to be a coup. I think they will not let him have it. They're too afraid.
They are afraid.
Yeah.
And it's bullshit too, because they're not scared about us. They're scared about.
They're scared of his vengeance.
Of them.
Right? They've already
their party.
They already conned him the once, right? And they know it's going to be difficult to con him again, right?
Oh yeah.
with
That's the
everything.
real problem here. They conned him one time, you know, and and this guy, he's a businessman at the end of the day. You think he's not going to sell everybody out for his own benefit? You guarantee he will, right? But at least you can trust him to do what he will do for the best interest of Donald Trump, right? And Donald Trump's best interest does not, none of his investments, none of his interests, nothing is outside of the United States. You know, it's not in China. It's not. He doesn't give a fuck about anywhere else apart from Israel. Israel is about the only thing that you could get him on, right? To agree on. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise,
you know, it's funny how WALZ kept saying,
he is.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. But Trump won't do it.
That's a cop out.
Okay, what the fuck? What the fuck? This isn't a debate with Trump right now. You're debating him.
They're ridiculous. These people will. I mean, he had no argument. He had a couple of talking points, and even those he butchered them, right?
Oh yeah, exactly.
And I don't believe Walz's arguments were that strong. That I think any competent leader could have destroyed Tim. What's his name's JD Vance's narrative, but because they're trying to cover for their own arse, their own mistakes, it's difficult, right? It's difficult to blame somebody else for your fuck ups. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And literally everything that
all they have to do is show. All they have to do is show the picture of all those people walking through the border, not the people sneaking in and all that stuff, but when they first happened and all those people are walking right in.
Don't get wrong. I'm not a Trump supporter.
Me neither. I don't like me. I don't like either one, but I have to choose the best of the.
That really pisses me off. That does. Like if you bash at Kamala Harris, you're a Trump fan. If you bash at Trump, you're a Kamala Harris. Fuck them both, man. They're both bunch of lying, thieving bastards.
Exactly.
They're fucking one thing that you can guarantee when either one gets erected is that they're going to spend trillions of your dollars, right? And it's going to affect the whole fucking world, right?
Oh,
that's a guarantee. That's guaranteed.
So,
anyone wins. Left, right, don't matter.
Yep.
So let's people get that straight. Everybody. I'm not a Trump supporter, and I'm not a Harris supporter. Let's get that straight. I've had a long day. I've been cleaning my garage. I'm not a supporter of either one. So we'll get it straight right away. I don't support either one. So if people say, "Oh, I thought you were a Democrat," no. Thought you were a Republican. No. I'm no party.
Exactly. I'm here for the American people,
I'm no party.
Yep.
So we'll get that straight right away.
That's another thing. There's too many people that just go out there and say, "Oh, I'm a Democrat," and I don't care whatever their policies, whatever, and they're just gonna vote for them.
Oh,
or
we'll get that straight.
or the other side, Republicans, same thing.
We'll get that straight right away. Okay? Mama Bear's not any of them. We'll get it straight. Because it's already been said, "Oh, she's a Democrat." No. We not a Republican. I am a registered voter.
Yeah. I'm a registered voter, but I don't even know if I'm going to vote for this one.
Oh, I vote. I'm voting. You know who I'm going to vote for? You know who I'm going to vote for? I'm voting for my buyer back there.
Or if I go vote, I'm just gonna pick anybody besides them, if it's even available.
I'm voting for my bear back there. You see my bear back there?
Yeah.
I'm
I'll
voting
vote
my
for the bear before I vote for Trump or Harris.
I'm going to vote for my bear.
Gotta vote for the lesser of two evils.
Yeah,
Motherfuckers scraping the bottom of the barrel there, aren't they, with these guys?
Yeah, they're both evil, you know? I mean, they're both politicians, you know? You can't trust them. But like you said, you got to choose the best of the two evils.
You make the choice impossible, though, don't they? It's
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
fuck,
Yeah.
the devil you do, the devil you don't, you're still going to end up with the devil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to vote for my bear.
Fuck voting for these fuckers, man.
I'm going to vote for my bear.
I won't waste my fucking time on any of them, man. Fuck voting
Fuck,
for
they
these
want all the illegals to fucking vote. I say the UK should have fucking say in this shit too.
There's
No, we've got enough troubles with that fucking minister.
Okay, let's
Mind this cockhead meddling. Yeah.
all right. Okay. Okay. Now let's get something right.
It's kind of.
Let's get something right. Because there's some misinformation going around.
Lots.
Okay. There is some misinformation. There is misinformation going around.
It's sad too, you know, all this crap right now. We're talking about politics, you know, because it's such a big thing. But then once this is over, now everybody's going to be complaining about and talking about civil war or rebellion or whatever the hell is going to happen.
All right. While voting 16 U.S. jurisdictions permit non-citizens to vote in certain local elections, such as school boards, city council, and mayors. Okay?
Now, you began with how many or?
Okay. Some U.S. jurisdictions.
Okay, just some. Okay, so some of them, not all of them. Okay. Sorry.
Some U.S. jurisdictions permit non-citizens to vote in local jurisdictions,
Okay.
such as school boards, city council, and or mayors. Okay? They are eligible to vote. All right? But there is regulations in our voting system. As of 1924, all states banned non-citizens from voting in federal elections.
All states did?
All states banned in 1924.
Good.
Banned non-citizens from voting in federal elections. That is for our President of the United States.
I'm sorry for interrupting. I thought that was only a few or a certain amount of states, but I'm glad that it's all states.
And
But
in 1996, Congress added criminal penalties. Non-citizens face up to 5 years in federal prison for even registering to vote, and illegals voting can trigger immigration consequences, including deportation. Despite these federal and state prohibitions, an absentee of evidence that non-citizens is significant, and number of Republican electors have indicated these measures could mandate an additional ID requirements for all voters and registration eligibilities. So, audits by state officials and studies from nonpartisan, even conservative organizations have found voters fraud by non-citizens. So, they have tried to pass the SAFE Act, but it has stalled. It was passed by the House, but it stalled. It didn't go anywhere. So,
oh my gosh, I'm looking on my TV. It's called News Mix. It shows 6 different channels: CNN, Fox, MSNBC, BBC, and then the weather channels and stuff like that. But CNN's saying that Harris is saying that Waltz won.
Of course we are.
I saw that. I just turned it on. I just switched channels to that, and I
That's
saw
the
that.
game, though. That is
I
the
know.
game.
I
The
saw that, and I'm
media
thinking, what the hell?
The media are going to support Harris all the way. They're going to clip up
Every little bad thing. Yeah, they're gonna find anything. Yeah.
So, non-illegals cannot vote in our presidential election. It is federal law.
Yeah, MSNBC's just posted on their banner that Vance did not answer the question if Biden won. It's like, what the fuck? You were right. Mellows are going to find the smallest little things, and that's what they're going to use, you know?
These people are delusional. They're going to paint a picture. See, it's about perception, right? It's not about truth. Truth is irrelevant.
Exactly. But I think Vance came up perfectly at the beginning. It's common sense, you know? If you have common sense, you should know the difference between what's going on. I mean, come on. Her interview with Oprah, she had a freaking teleprompter telling her what to say. Come on, she can't even have an interview with Oprah without having a teleprompter of telling her what to say. It's sad.
So, you have to be a citizen, meet state residence requirements, 18 years on or before election day. So,
Like that undemocratically elected leader of Venezuela. Remember the guy that the people that they voted for, it didn't actually get in, and the guy that didn't even stand for election was elected all of a sudden, just like that, just because the powers be decided, right? And the media, the mainstream media, the whole world government leaders never even questioned it, never said, hey, that was very undemocratic of you. What the fuck, right? They all went along with it. The media went along with it. Everybody calling this guy who was never elected a president. And then they said, that sort of stuff could never happen in America. Well, it did happen. It happened in January the 6th. And then it happened again when they fucking took out Biden and then installed this puppet. And then they're going to do it again to Donald Trump. Again, they're going to do it again to him. So even if Donald Trump had all the votes and everybody just piled up, millions of people piled up, and they're still going to give it to this bitch, right? In doing so, they're going to spark a civil war. This is my prediction.
Well, Trump said if he loses that there's going to be a war.
Yes, there is. This is the plan.
And I don't think he's saying that as a way of saying that to try to win or anything like that. I think he's just speaking the truth. You know, all people that like him, all people that went into the Capitol and all that shit that support him. I mean, they won't stand for that shit.
Well, you know, Sean Combs is facing more.
See, they're trying to pin him down on words so they could bring up charges of libel against him that will hamper his ability to you know. So that's what they want. That's where they're trying to catch him on words. Oh, you're saying he didn't win the election? Did you say he didn't win the election? Say it. Go on, say that, and then they'll have you up in libel charges. Bang. For the next fucking 10 years, they'll be fucking going backwards and forwards explaining your words. Meanwhile, this fool can go and say stupid shit like, I've made friends with all the shooters, the schools. You know,
yeah.
And get away with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this hit the news today, and I haven't had time to talk to you about it. MELLOWS.
No, me neither. I haven't looked anything like this up, so.
Oh, this one's an interesting one.
Yeah, we could play the Assange after this.
As they speak. As many of you know, our law firm has been at the forefront of some of the most important litigation in the United States. We like the tough cases. We thrive in the complicated cases. We've handled over the last 25 years some very big and very important cases. I believe that this one may surpass them all. There are many facets to this. The conduct we will describe today occurred over more than 20 years. There are many people and many entities involved. And we're going to follow this evidence wherever it takes us. We will find the silent accomplices. We will expose the enablers who enabled this conduct behind closed doors. We will pursue this matter no matter who the evidence implicates. These brave victims who have stepped forward deserve nothing less. The biggest secret in the entertainment industry that really wasn't a secret at all has finally been revealed to the world. The wall of silence has now been broken, and victims are coming forward. Our team has had at this point more than 3,285 individuals contact us with people claiming to have been victimized by Sean Combs. After vetting, we now represent 120 individuals who intend to bring civil claims in civil court against Sean Diddy Combs, as well as claims against many other individuals and entities that we will name as defendants as we file these individual cases. And you should know, to the extent the clients feel comfortable, we also intend to make these individuals available to the authorities, specifically to the FBI. And you should also know a few of them have already been spoken to by the FBI. Now, before we discuss the nature of the claims and claimants themselves, let me comment on the large volume of calls we have received since our first announcement. Even before the indictment of Sean Combs, we had received a small volume of calls and had screened a handful of cases. After the indictment of Sean Combs and the announcement that we were pursuing these claims, the floodgates opened. People who wouldn't otherwise, for a variety of reasons, are now stepping forward to make their voices heard and to pursue justice. But no, most of these people are scared. They fear backlash in their communities. They fear backlash in their own families. They are afraid of retaliation from the perpetrators and their associates. They are rightly afraid for their own personal safety. I expect that through this process, many powerful people will be exposed. Many dirty secrets will be revealed. We know what we are potentially up against. And as is always the case in situations like this, when a celebrity is involved, people can be downright mean and nasty. You would be shocked at the length fans will go, no matter the evidence to the contrary, to defend celebrities they love. I mean, there's a reason for this word fans. They're fanatics. I've personally already been threatened multiple times on social media. And when I agreed to pursue this, I expected as much. This isn't my first rodeo. But victims who step forward to have their voices heard should not be subjected to that kind of conduct. They should not be targeted. I want to say this, and I want to be clear about it. Although we are vetting each call as stringently as we can, I always start with a mindset that I believe victims. I believe victims because I understand the tremendous courage it takes to step forward. So if you're watching this, please hear me. If you're out there and you have been victimized, you are not alone. There is a great strength in numbers. You can seek redress. You can obtain justice. We can help you, and we will help you. That being said, as stated, we are vetting every call that we receive. We have had to turn away some. For each, we ask for corroboration. For each, we ask for the identity of witnesses. We also have collected pictures, videos, texts. We check venues, we check dates. We want to corroborate that the claims being made have legitimacy and merit. We have on staff now a former detective from the Major Offenders Unit of Houston Police Department who is helping us vet each claim. We're using our common sense. We're being stringent because, as I said, these are not easy cases. They're very tough. The process is hard, and in some cases, the process is very lengthy. These cases are hard to prove. Many times, it's the victim's word against the alleged perpetrator. Each of these victims will no doubt be publicly attacked by the alleged perpetrators, and in some cases, the general public. The feckless and cowardly keyboard warriors love to attack. We know what we're up against. We did not enter this fray blindly. I wish it was my last such fray. I wish this type of behavior wasn't so pervasive, but it is what it is, so we will press on. As I said, our law firms have been retained by 120 individuals at this point to pursue cases in civil court against Sean Diddy Combs. You should know, in this group, it is evenly divided between males and females. There are 60 males and 60 females who have joined us to pursue these claims as plaintiffs. In this group, 62% identify as African American, 30% are white, and the remainder are Hispanic or Asian. The victims are from more than 25 states. The majority are from California, New York, Georgia, and Florida. I don't want to focus on the ages of these victims. When we talk about the ages of the victims when the conduct occurred, it's shocking. Our youngest victim at the time of the occurrence was 9 years old. We have an individual who was...
What the hell?
Yeah.
9 years old.
Was 14 years old. We have one who was 15.
I'm calling the diddler for nothing.
25 of the 120 individuals who are plaintiffs in these cases were minors at the time of the acts complained of. The time frame of the acts complained of is very wide. The conduct at issue spans from the years 1991 all the way till this year, 2024. If you wonder why there are so many alleged victims, that's your answer. We're talking about more than 25 years of this type of conduct. Now, although most of the victims who have stepped forward were victimized after 2015, This has been going on for a very long time. Now, when you think about the fact that some of this conduct occurred 25 years ago, and you wonder why would it take somebody so long to step forward, I want to remind you that many states in the United States have recognized that it's very difficult for a victim to step forward and to make these types of allegations when something very terrible has happened to them. I'll use New York, the state of New York as an example. The state of New York has specific statutes in place that revive claims that are even claims that would typically be not able to be brought, that it revives such claims and they can be brought even 25 to 30 years later. Because there's a recognition there in New York and California and other states that it's very difficult for a victim to come forward. And I would respectfully suggest the only reason many of these people are coming forward because they see other victims coming forward. And it gives them some comfort that, hey, I won't be the only one. And I expect more victims will come forward. You know, there's an old saying that says, a lie has great speed, but truth has endurance. The acts complained of in these cases that we're going to file occurred primarily in New York, either Manhattan or the Hamptons, or occurred in California, primarily in Los Angeles, or in Florida, primarily in Miami. Most of these events and incidents occurred at parties, typically after parties, or album release parties, New Year's Eve parties, 4th of July parties, something they called a puppy party, the all-white party, although several of these events occurred at auditions. Many times, especially young people wanting to break into the industry, were coerced into this type of conduct in the promise of being made a star, or in the promise of having Sean Combs listen to their tape or even let them read for Sean Combs. You should know that some of this behavior occurred at well-known venues in New York City. Some of this behavior occurred at private residences of people that we all know. Some of this behavior occurred at hotels that we're all familiar with. You should know that more than 55% of the victims filed reported this conduct to either the authorities, that is the police, or to hospitals. We're in the process of collecting with our team assistants, medical records, reports that were made to the authorities. And I've already said that some of the individuals in this group did in fact talk to the FBI. You should know that several of the individuals, and when I say several, I mean many, who did in fact seek medical treatment were drug tested, and drugs were found in their system, weird drugs. Drugs that you probably never heard of. One in particular that continues to pop up is a drug called xylazine, or trank, which based on our research is known as a horse tranquilizer. Now, there's been a lot of reports that we're filing a class action. This is not a class action. Class action is when one or two people file a case on behalf of a group of people. That's not this. These cases will be individual cases. Each case will live and die on its own merit. These cases will be filed individually, one plaintiff against whoever the defendants were involved in the case.
Oh shit, that's going to take a lot.
Each case may be filed in one venue like California. Another case may be filed in New York. One case may sue just Sean Combs, but multiple other people. One case may sue a range of people. I would expect most, though, to be filed, as I said, thinking or hoping or perhaps believing that I may start naming names. Well, that day will come, but it won't be today. The day will come when we will name names other than Sean Combs, and there's a lot of names. It's a long list already. And of course, I already know who some of these individuals are, but because of the nature of this case, we're going to make damn sure that we're right before we do that. But the names that we're going to name, assuming that our investigators confirm and corroborate what we've been told, are names that will shock you. These are individual cases. There are indeed other perpetrators involved. They will be revealed when that particular individual case is ready to be filed. They already know who they are. And I'm talking here about not just the cowardly but complicit bystanders. That is, those people that we know watched this behavior occur and did nothing. And I'm talking about the people that participated, encouraged it, egged it on. They know who they are. I call them the facilitators of foul play, willing participants in vile conduct. As we identify them, each will be part of this case as defendants. These defendants will not only include individuals, but would also include corporate entities who ultimately profited off of this culture and behavior. I'm looking at banks, pharmaceutical companies, hotels. We know that many of these individuals were paid cash. We know that many of these individuals involved, whether they were the ones being assaulted and abused, or they're witnessing other people being assaulted and abused and then paid and threatened and told to leave. Typically paid 10 grand in cash and told to leave. And then threatened as they were leaving. So in addition to Sean Combs, you should know the defendants in these cases we're going to file will include anyone, of course, who engaged in the assault or exploitation, anyone who participated in such in any way, anyone who encouraged or facilitated this conduct, anyone who was in the room and watched it happen but made no effort to stop it, any venue or venue owner who was aware of what was going on but failed to stop it, any individual or entity who knew about the conduct and benefited from it but did nothing to report it or stop it, and any individual or entity who covered it up or helped cover it up. These people who know who they are should just come forward now. I would imagine, as we speak here, there are a myriad of people who are very nervous. You can't hide skeletons in the closet forever. I would expect there are many people out there right now who are desperately searching their memories as they delete their texts and data. Now, although these are, in fact, individual cases, there is a common theme, an MO, if you will. Typically, the victim is lured into a situation where he or she is given a drink. Typically, that drink, reported by these victims, is apparently laced with something. Once that drink takes effect, the perpetrators perform all kinds of sexual acts on the victims, many times passing him or her around as other people watch and enjoy the show, and then leave the victim ashamed, confused, injured, and wondering what happened. When the victim reaches out, he or she is told not to say anything. Sometimes there are threats of physical violence or financial repercussions or bodily harm. The claims we intend to bring will include the following: violent sexual assault or rape, sexual abuse, facilitated sex with a controlled substance, false imprisonment, compelling prostitution, sexual misconduct, dissemination of video recordings, false imprisonment, sexual abuse of minors. Given the large volume of cases, and given our other docket obligations, and given the fact that we want to be sure when we file these cases that they are fully vetted, I expect we'll start filing these cases against Sean Combs and other perpetrators within the next 30 days. Now, it's rare, sexual abuse, sexual exploitation, this type of activity is pervasive in our society, and it's rare we get a chance where we can really focus on this as a country and really focus on this about how pervasive this is and what we can, as collectively can do about it. So I thought I'd take this opportunity before I go into some of the individual cases and talk about some of the individual claims being made and so you'll get a sense of what this 120 people group looks like individually. I want to bring forward Carrie Paul. She's a national victim advocate who helps victims who have been victimized by this type of conduct. And she has some important words, and I hope you'll pay close attention. I think it's important that you hear from her.
Hello, I'm Carrie Paul with the National Victim Advocate. It's not easy for any survivor to come forward. Our culture doesn't believe survivors. It blames and questions them. Instead of showing support, many choose to enable abusers. The media runs stories asking why it took so long for survivors to come forward instead of asking what barriers exist. We also don't equip law enforcement with the ability to handle sexual assault crimes. Lack of funding translates to lack of training. We have officers in the field that don't know what to say to a rape victim, and also an alarming amount of backlogged, untested rape kits. Prosecutors are focused on what they can prove in a case, and if so, how to do that at time of trial. Advocates and staff are stretched thin with growing caseloads in the criminal justice system. Most people don't know how the criminal justice works in general. There isn't enough staff or resources to adequately explain the entire process to every victim and survivor. Our culture works against victims and survivors every day, and abusers know this. Abusers work themselves into positions of power, building a public image that is trusted and financially large enough to make people look away. Abusers are unfortunately very skilled at power and control, the foundation of abuse. They seek victims who are vulnerable, such as children, their employees, and their intimate partners, all who see a different version than the public does, all who rely on the abuser in some way. And for those that do come forward and aren't believed, face questions like, are you sure it happened that way? Were you drinking? What were you wearing? All of this creates an environment that enables abusers to continue abusing them and future victims. To the survivors that have come forward despite not being believed at some point in time, your courage is like nothing we have seen before. We thank you for coming forward for yourself and all survivors. And lastly, I want all survivors that are watching this to know we believe you and we support you. Thank you.
I want you now to hear from my co-counsel, Andrew Van Arsdale. You know, we've created a sexual abuse hotline, and I want him to visit with us just a few moments about how that works and the kind of volume of calls we've received.
Thank you, Tony. Like I said, my name is Andrew Van Arsdale. I'm the managing partner of ABA Law Group. We have offices in California, Montana, and North Carolina. To build off of what you just so well said, it's very hard to come forward. And given what we've experienced the past 10 days is really unprecedented in my career, at least. We represent thousands of survivors of abuse, and never, ever in a 10-day period have we seen over 3,000 people come forward, where we've confirmed and decided to investigate and represent 120 people, while we're continuing to work through another 100+ cases to prove them up, to validate what had happened here, and to hold those that are responsible accountable. And so, like Tony said, we've set this up. It's 1-800-200-7474. I have a team of people standing by, literally. If you know that this happened to someone and you have information about it, please contact us. If this happened to you, come forward. There's attorney-client privilege here. What you tell us is in confidence. Yes, we'll have to go out and build your case, but we will protect you. And the other thing that I want to say is the pattern and practice of this, again, is unprecedented. Over 30 plus years of the same sort of events happening, people thrust into the circle reportedly, and horrible things happening to them as a result. And from talking to these people that have come forward these past 10 days, I can tell you unequivocally that because the federal government did what it needed to do and indicted this man, that they put him in jail and a judge kept him in jail. They tell me directly, this validates my feelings. For so long, I thought it was my fault. What is it about me that put myself in that scenario? What was I wearing at the time? What did I do to be subjected to such horrific treatment at these people that I was trying to trust? Well, we know now it was not your fault. You were victimized by a group of powerful people that operated for 30 plus years, taking advantage of their wealth and the power that they held within the music industry. So again, thank you to every single person that has come forward and contacted our office over the past 10 days. If you or someone you know suffered the same sort of treatment, please contact us at the number behind me and we will help you. Thank you.
I think it speaks to how important this issue is in the United States and frankly internationally, that we have reputable people here that want to provide kind of information that I think victims need to hear, witnesses need to hear, the public needs to hear. Let me introduce to you now Olivia Rivers from the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault, and let her visit with you a few moments about these types of cases.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Q Olivia Rivers. I am just served my 6th year as the board chair for the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault. I'm also the CEO for the Bridge Over Troubled Waters, which is a local rape crisis center here in the Houston area. So thank you for being here as we address these heinous crimes. Sexual assault is not just a crime of violence against the body. It's an assault on the very essence of human dignity and safety. It shatters lives, it destroys confidence, and all too often, it leaves survivors feeling like they are voiceless, isolated, and vulnerable. The reality for many survivors is that coming forward to report their assault is one of the most difficult and daunting tasks that they will ever have to do. And for some, it may take days, months, or even years to speak up, if they ever do. The reasons for this have been mentioned, but include the fear of being disbelieved, being blamed or judged, and of course, retaliation. The trauma of the assault itself being compounded by the trauma of the criminal justice process, where survivors must relive their experience in order to seek justice. And these feelings and fears are further exacerbated when the allegations are against prominent figures in the entertainment industry or Hollywood. Cases involving powerful figures often attract significant media attention, which can deter victims from coming forward due to fear of public exposure or scrutiny. The intense focus on these high-profile cases can make survivors feel that their personal lives are being put under a microscope, causing further emotional distress. These allegations mentioned here today, as reported, reflect deeply troubling claims that deserve thorough investigation, and no individual, regardless of their stature, is above the law or public accountability. Sadly, the statistics paint a very disturbing picture. According to the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men will experience some form of sexual violence in their lifetime. In the US alone, there are approximately 463,000 victims of rape or sexual assault every year, and these numbers barely scratch the surface, as sexual violence remains one of the most underreported crimes. But the numbers that follow tell an even more troubling story. Only about 23% of sexual assaults are reported to law enforcement. Of those, just 5% lead to an arrest, and even fewer, less than 1% of reported cases ever result in a conviction, which is a devastating gap between the crime and the justice that survivors deserve. I want to briefly focus on our state here in Texas. According to the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault, 6.3 million Texans, men and women, will experience some form of violence. That's every 2 minutes someone is sexually assaulted. meaning during the course of this press conference, around 60 individuals will forever be changed by this violence. And those are just a few of the victims. Obviously, this is unacceptable. We cannot allow this cycle of silence and inaction to continue. We have to create an environment where survivors feel empowered to come forward, where they are met with empathy and respect and support, not skepticism and blame. We have to ensure that our legal system is equipped to handle these cases with the seriousness they deserve, and that survivors have access to the resources that they need beyond the legal courtroom. We have to address the root causes of this epidemic: prevention, awareness, and fostering environments where respect, consent, and safety are non-negotiable values. Additionally, support for survivors has to be holistic. They have to have access to counseling, medical services, legal advocacy, and of course, community support, regardless of whether they choose to report or not. To every survivor who has come forward, your bravery is an inspiration. To those who are still grappling with their decision, know that you are not alone and that your voice matters. Your story matters. We see you, we believe you, and we are committed to fighting for a future where sexual violence is no longer tolerated and where justice is not the exception, but the standard. Thank you.
I want to visit with you real quickly before we close here about some specific instances without disclosing the victim's name. You probably know that depending on the age of the victim, you can file these cases, these individual cases under Jane Doe or John Doe. Each state is different in that respect. Typically, there is a balancing test, like the public's right to know the name of the victim and plaintiff versus the confidentiality and the safety of the plaintiff. So we'll have to struggle with that with each one of these cases. Our intention, of course, is to, like we always do, file these cases under a pseudonym until the court tells us otherwise. But let me share with you a few, just kind of give you a sense of the kind of cases and the kind of instances that people are calling and reporting that we are trying to corroborate, vet, and these are the ones that we've already corroborated, vetted, and collected evidence on. One individual who was 22 years at the time she was assaulted said that the typical MO at one of these parties that have been widely discussed in the press was that when you were handed a drink, and now we know that the drink is laced with something, if you refused to drink it, you were kicked out of the party. Now let that sink in for a minute. I mean, the admission to this party was that you had to drink the chosen drink that was handed to you. And now we know that in most cases, I would say 90% of the cases, these individuals were drugged with some sort of drug. That was kind of the MO. Another instance, this individual who was 9 years old at the time was taken to a audition in New York City with Bad Boy Records. Other boys were there to audition as well. All of them were trying to land a record deal. All of them were minors. This individual was sexually abused, allegedly by Sean Combs and several other people at the studio in the promise to both his parents and to him himself of getting a record deal. Another instance, another minor told allegedly by Sean Combs that he would make him a star, but he needed to visit with him in private about it, away from his parents. Once they were in a private area, allegedly Mr. Combs made the victim perform oral sex upon him. Another incident, an individual 15 years old at the time, flown to New York City to attend a party, was drugged, and then taken into a private room, allegedly in the presence of Mr. Combs, where this female individual, minor, was raped, and then other individuals took turns raping her.
Oh my gosh.
Another individual, 26 at the time of the occurrence, was picked up by, allegedly, by Mr. Combs and several other people in a black SUV from the airport, was given one drink in the SUV, and then literally woke up the next day not knowing what had happened. but with pain and damage to both her vagina and her anus, where she then went to the hospital. She was missing her underwear and her shoes. Another instance, an individual, this time not a minor, attended a group dinner, allegedly with Sean Combs in Miami. She wasn't drinking because she was pregnant, but whatever she drank at the table, apparently, at least according to her, was laced with something. She blacked out, and she woke up in the same bed, again, allegedly, with Mr. Combs in his mansion in Miami. Her vagina and her anus were torn and sore. And I could go on. I mean, literally, you're sensing a theme here. It's the same theme, and it all involves some sort of drug. One instance, an individual who was 20 years old at the time was asked to attend, just saw her on the street, asked to attend a party in a hotel. She was flattered, went to the party, was given one drink and doesn't remember anything else. Ultimately, was so messed up, went to the hospital where they found cocaine and this horse tranquilizer in her blood system. I want to give you a quote from a very young man who told us over the phone about his experience and all the things that happened to him. He says allegedly at the hands of Sean Diddy Combs and his friends in the effort to try to sign a record deal. This was kind of what he was told he would have to do. His quote is, "Had he not been in power, I feel like I could have been something great. I quit the industry because of what Sean Combs did to me." And that's really what it comes down to. We are pursuing this, asking you to support this effort, to encourage witnesses and victims to come forward and bring your evidence so we can continue to break down this wall of silence and we can continue to have these stories heard. This is the beginning of what I hope to be a national dialogue. This type of sexual assault, sexual abuse, and sexual exploitation should never happen in the United States or anywhere else. This should have never been allowed to go on for so long. This conduct has created a mass of individuals who are injured, scared, and scarred. If you are one of those individuals, we ask you to reach out. If not to us, to someone you trust. If you are someone who witnessed any of these events, we ask you to reach out. Your name can remain confidential. With that, I'll take a few questions, not many, maybe two, but if you have a question, I'll be pleased to try to answer it. Perfect.
How many minors are making accusations in total, and are the feds aware of the allegations of minors in the case?
I don't know what the feds are aware of, okay, but I do know it's 25 out of this 120.
Tony,
But I will say this to that point. We welcome the FBI or any authority who wants to come to us, and we're going to make that available to these victims because I think that's important. My suspicion is, based on talking with these folks, is that the FBI is just not aware of these people. The FBI has talked to some of these folks, and I'm going to try to encourage the victims to, in fact, talk to the FBI because I think they have some very important things to say.
Tony, were all of the children auditioning because they were musicians, or were any of them kids of employees or anything like that?
All seeking either TV or some sort of music career with promises of, we're going to make you a star. Instead, basically did things to them such that they don't want to have anything to do with the entertainment industry ever again. All right, guys. Thank you very much for your attention. We're going to go now. Thank you.
Tony, do you anticipate any Houston cases?
Wow. Thank you for playing that, Mama Bear.
Yep. Think of the lives he destroyed.
Unfortunately, it doesn't end there. It's going to continue, and it's going to. I think the truth is a lot more shocking than most people realize.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you remember when the guy said this was the tip of the iceberg?
Yeah, the fact that he has videos of it too, that's CP.
Yeah.
Well, do you know his house? His beloved place that he lived in Florida, and is outside of the ports. Is outside of the ports.
Yeah.
So we still got that Julian Assange thing to play, Marvin.
The winner is it.
I'm gonna drop off right now, so I love you guys. You know that, right?
Yeah, thanks for joining us, bro.
Yep.
Always.
You.
All right. You guys have a great night, okay?
You too.
Yep.
Good night, mate.
All right, good night.
Where is it?
Let me drop a link in the back. This is one of them I found. Fast forward it.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Richard Keane. I'm the chair of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights of the Parliamentary Assembly. Before I open this committee meeting, there are a number of points that I would like to mention in order that those who may not be familiar with the procedures of this committee may follow the proceedings more easily. And there are certain other matters that I should draw to your attention in view of the extensive media interest in the proceedings of the committee. When I open the meeting, I will invite the rapporteur to make a short introduction to the committee. I will then invite Mr. Julian Assange to address the committee for 12 to 15 minutes. Thereafter, members of the committee may ask to put questions to Mr. Assange. These should be questions and not statements. Initially, members of the committee may put one question. If there is time, then I will invite members of the committee to put further questions if they wish to do so. Should any member of the committee succumb to the temptation to ask multiple questions, then I will invite Mr. Assange to answer only the first question in order that appropriate time is given to other members of the committee. Members of the committee will put their questions when invited by the chair to do so. I should mention that pursuant to Rule 48.4, While members of the Assembly, other than members of this committee, are entitled to be present, they may not speak. However, if there is sufficient time at the end of the meeting, I may be able to invite such members of the Assembly to put questions to Mr. Assange. These proceedings will be recorded and broadcast. In addition, the interpreters must be able to follow proceedings without difficulty. Consequently, I must invite those in the hall not to talk over each other, not to interrupt, to place all mobiles on silent, and if there are those who feel the need to engage in conversation, then they will be invited to do so outside the hall. Having set out that background, I would now declare this meeting open. As you can see from the agenda of this meeting, it is devoted to an exchange of views with Julian Assange. And that is in light of the fact that on Wednesday of this week, the Parliamentary Assembly will hold a debate on the report prepared by the rapporteur entitled The Detention and Conviction of Julian Assange and Their Chilling Effects on Human Rights. Can I first of all ask members of the committee to indicate if they take any exception to the agenda? I take the agenda as approved. Mr. Assange, thank you for taking the trouble to attend this committee. We're extremely grateful for you doing so. We look forward to an informative exchange of views. Could I then begin by inviting the rapporteur to make a brief introduction? Thank you, Suna.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Julian and Stella Assange and Kristin. I last met Julian Assange in May when I visited him in Belmarsh prison during my fact-finding visit to London. Today, I consider it a privilege to say welcome, Julian, to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. I am very grateful that you were able to travel all the way from Australia to appear before the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights to discuss our report on the chilling effects that your detention and eventual conviction has had on media freedom worldwide. Over the years, WikiLeaks has published and revealed gruesome instances of war crimes, enforced disappearances, torture, corruption, abductions, and scores of different forms of human rights violations. Julian Assange did what investigative journalists routinely do. He elicited confidential information from a source and published it. Sadly, instead of prosecuting the perpetrators of the crimes so disclosed, the United States decided to prosecute the whistleblower and the publisher. Instead of convicting war criminals, they convicted the whistleblower and the journalist. We must address this injustice and learn from it so that it may never happen again. I do not have a lot of time allotted to me today. That day comes tomorrow when I present my report to the Assembly. For now, I look forward to hearing your views, dear Julian, on the subject matter at hand, and I thank you very much.
Thank you, Suna. Mr. Assange, could I please invite you to address the committee and to take, let us say, 12 to 15 minutes. But if you indicate that you wish more time, please just do so. There we are.
Mr. Chairman, esteemed members of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, ladies and gentlemen. The transition from years of confinement in a maximum security prison to being here before the representatives of 46 nations and 700 million people is a profound and a surreal shift. The experience of isolation for years in a small cell is difficult to convey. It strips away one's sense of self, leaving only the raw essence of existence. I am yet not fully equipped to speak about what I have endured, the relentless struggle to stay alive, both physically and mentally, nor can I speak yet about the deaths by hanging, murder, and medical neglect of my fellow prisoners. I apologize in advance if my words falter or if my presentation lacks the polish you might expect from such a distinguished forum. Isolation has taken its toll, which I am trying to unwind, and expressing myself in this setting is a challenge. However, the gravity of this occasion and the weight of the issues at hand compel me to set aside my reservations and speak to you directly. I have traveled a long way, literally and figuratively, to be before you today. Before our discussion or answering any questions you might have, I wish to thank PACE for its 2020 resolution, which stated that my imprisonment set a dangerous precedent for journalists and noted that the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture called for my release. I'm also grateful for PACE's 2021 statement, expressing concern over credible reports that US officials discussed my assassination, again calling for my prompt release. And I commend the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee for commissioning a renowned rapporteur, Suna Iversdottir, to investigate the circumstances surrounding my detention and conviction and the consequent implications for human rights. However, like so many of the efforts made in my case, whether they were from parliamentarians, presidents, prime ministers, the Pope, UN officials and diplomats, unions, legal and medical professionals, academics, activists, or citizens, none of them should have been necessary. None of the statements, resolutions, reports, films, articles, events, fundraisers, protests, and letters over the last 14 years should have been necessary. But all of them were necessary because without them, I never would have seen the light of day. This unprecedented global effort was needed because the legal protections that did exist, many existed only on paper, were not effective in any remotely reasonable time. I eventually chose freedom over unrealizable justice after being detained for years and facing a 175-year sentence with no effective remedy. Justice, for me, is now precluded as the US government insisted in writing into its plea agreement that I cannot file a case at the European Court of Human Rights or even a Freedom of Information Act request over what it did to me as a result of its extradition request. I want to be totally clear. I am not free today because the system worked. I am free today after years of incarceration because I pled guilty to journalism. I pled guilty to seeking information from a source. I pled guilty to obtaining information from a source. And I pled guilty to informing the public what that information was. I did not plead guilty to anything else. I hope my testimony today can serve to highlight the weaknesses of the existing safeguards and to help those whose cases are less visible but who are equally vulnerable. As I emerge from the dungeon of Belmarsh, The truth now seems less discernible, and I regret how much ground has been lost during that time period, how expressing the truth has been undermined, attacked, weakened, and diminished. I see more impunity, more secrecy, more retaliation for telling the truth, and more self-censorship. It is hard not to draw a line from the US government's prosecution of me, it's crossing the Rubicon by internationally criminalizing journalism, to the chilled climate for freedom of expression that exists now. When I founded WikiLeaks, it was driven by a simple dream: to educate people about how the world works so that, through understanding, we might bring about something better. Having a map of where we are lets us understand where we might go. Knowledge empowers us to hold power to account and to demand justice where there is none. We obtained and published truths about tens of thousands of hidden casualties of war and other unseen horrors, about programs of assassination, rendition, torture, and mass surveillance. We revealed not just when and where these things happened, but frequently the policies, the agreements, and the structures behind them. When we published Collateral Murder, the infamous gun camera footage of a US Apache helicopter crew eagerly blowing to pieces Iraqi journalists and their rescuers, the visual reality of modern warfare shocked the world. But we also used interest in this video to direct people to the classified policies for when the US military could deploy lethal force in Iraq, how many civilians could be killed before gaining higher approval. In fact, 40 years of my potential 175-year sentence was for obtaining and releasing those policies. The practical political vision I was left with after being immersed in the world's dirty wars and secret operations is simple. Let us stop gagging, torturing, and killing each other for a change. Get these fundamentals right, and other political, economic, and scientific processes will have space to take care of the rest. WikiLeaks' work was deeply rooted in the principles that this assembly stands for. Our journalism elevated freedom of information and the public's right to know. It found its natural operational home in Europe. I lived in Paris, and we had formal corporate registrations in France and in Iceland. Our journalistic and technical staff were spread throughout Europe. We published to the world from servers based in France, in Germany, and in Norway. But 14 years ago, the United States military arrested one of our alleged whistleblowers, Private First Class Manning, a US intelligence analyst based in Iraq. The US government concurrently launched an investigation against me and my colleagues. The US government illicitly sent planes of agents to Iceland, paid bribes to an informant to steal our legal and journalistic work product, and without formal process, pressured banks and financial services to block our subscriptions and to freeze our accounts. The UK government took part in some of this retribution. It admitted at the European Court of Human Rights that it had unlawfully spied on my UK lawyers during this time. Ultimately, this harassment was legally groundless. President Obama's Justice Department chose not to indict me, recognizing that no crime had been committed. The United States had never before prosecuted a publisher for publishing or obtaining government information. To do so would require a radical and ominous reinterpretation of the US Constitution. In January 2017, Obama also commuted the sentence of Manning, who had been convicted of being one of my sources. However, in February 2017, the landscape changed dramatically. President Trump had been elected. He appointed two wolves in MAGA hats, Mike Pompeo, a Kansas congressman and former arms industry executive, as CIA director, and William Barr, a former CIA officer, as US Attorney General. By March 2017, WikiLeaks had exposed the CIA's infiltration of French political parties, its spying on French and German leaders, its spying on the European Central Bank, European economics ministries, and its standing orders to spy on French industry as a whole. We revealed the CIA's vast production of malware and viruses, its subversion of supply chains, its subversion of antivirus software, cars, smart TVs, and iPhones. CIA Director Pompeo launched a campaign of retribution. It is now a matter of public record that under Pompeo's explicit direction, the CIA drew up plans to kidnap and to assassinate me within the Ecuadorian embassy in London, and authorized going after my European colleagues, subjecting us to theft, hacking attacks, and the planting of false information. My wife and my infant son were also targeted. A CIA asset was permanently assigned to track my wife, and instructions were given to obtain DNA from my 6-month-old son's nappy. This is the testimony of more than 30 current and former US intelligence officials speaking to the US press, which has been additionally corroborated by records seized in a prosecution brought against some of the CIA agents involved. The CIA's targeting of myself, my family, and my associates through aggressive extrajudicial and extraterritorial means provides a rare insight into how powerful intelligence organizations engage in transnational repression. Such repressions are not unique. What is unique is that we know so much about this one due to numerous whistleblowers and to judicial investigations in Spain. This assembly is no stranger to extraterritorial abuses by the CIA. Pace's groundbreaking report on CIA renditions in Europe exposed how the CIA operated secret detention centers and conducted unlawful renditions on European soil, violating human rights and international law. In February this year, the alleged source of some of our CIA revelations, former CIA officer Joshua Schulte, was sentenced to 40 years in prison under conditions of extreme isolation. His windows are blacked out, and a white noise machine plays 24 hours a day over his door so that he cannot even shout through it. These conditions are more severe than those found in Guantanamo Bay. But transnational repression is also conducted by abusing legal processes. The lack of effective safeguards against this means that Europe is vulnerable to having its mutual legal assistance and extradition treaties hijacked by foreign powers to go after dissenting voices in Europe. In Michael Pompeo's memoirs, which I read in my prison cell, the former CIA director bragged about how he pressured the US Attorney General to bring an extradition case against me in response to our publications about the CIA. Indeed, acceding to Pompeo's requests, the US Attorney General reopened the investigation against me that Obama had closed and rearrested Manning, this time as a witness. Manning was held in a prison for over a year, fined $1,000 a day in a formal attempt to coerce her into providing secret testimony against me. She ended up attempting to take her own life. We usually think of attempts to force journalists to testify against their sources. But Manning was now a source being forced to testify against their journalist. By December 2017, CIA Director Pompeo had got his way, and the US government issued a warrant to the UK for my extradition. The UK government kept the warrant secret from the public for 2 more years, while it, the US government, and the new president of Ecuador moved to shape the political, the legal, and the diplomatic grounds for my arrest. When powerful nations feel entitled to target individuals beyond their borders, those individuals do not stand a chance unless there are strong safeguards in place and a state willing to enforce them. Without this, no individual has a hope of defending themselves against the vast resources that a state aggressor can deploy. If the situation were not already bad enough in my case, the US government asserted a dangerous new global legal position. Only US citizens have free speech rights. Europeans and other nationalities do not have free speech rights. But the US claims its Espionage Act still applies to them regardless of where they are. So Europeans in Europe must obey US secrecy law with no defenses at all as far as the US government is concerned. An American in Paris can talk about what the US government is up to, perhaps. But for a Frenchman in Paris, to do so is a crime with no defense, and he may be extradited just like me. Now that one foreign government has formally asserted that Europeans have no free speech rights, a dangerous precedent has been set. Other powerful states will inevitably follow suit. The war in Ukraine has already seen the criminalization of journalists in Russia. But based on the precedent set in my extradition, there is nothing to stop Russia, or indeed any other state, from targeting European journalists, publishers, or even social media users by claiming that their domestic secrecy laws have been violated. The rights of journalists and publishers within the European space are seriously threatened. Transnational repression cannot become the norm here. As one of the world's 2 great norm-setting institutions, PACE must act. The criminalization of news-gathering activities is a threat to investigative journalism everywhere. I was formally convicted by a foreign power for asking for, receiving, and publishing truthful information about that power while I was in Europe. The fundamental issue is simple. Journalists should not be prosecuted for doing their jobs. Journalism is not a crime. It is a pillar of a free and informed society. Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, if Europe is to have a future where the freedom to speak and the freedom to publish the truth are not privileges enjoyed by a few, but rights guaranteed to all, then it must act so that what has happened in my case never happens to anyone else. I wish to express my deepest gratitude to this Assembly, to the Conservatives, Social Democrats, Liberals, Leftists, Greens, and Independents who have supported me throughout this ordeal, and to the countless individuals who have advocated tirelessly for my release. It is heartening to know that in a world often divided by ideology and interests, there remains a shared commitment to the protection of essential human liberties. Freedom of expression and all that flows from it is at a dark crossroad. I fear that unless institutions like PACE wake up to the gravity of the situation, it will be too late. Let us all commit to doing our part to ensure that the light of freedom never dims, that the pursuit of truth will live on, and that the voices of the many are not silenced by the interests of the few.
Thank you, Mr. Assange, for that contribution to our proceedings. I will now open the floor to members of the committee. I would remind everyone that questions can only be raised by members of the Committee of Legal Affairs and Human Rights. As I indicated before we began, I will allow one question from each member and give the floor back to Mr. Assange to reply to each of the questions. Mr. Assange, we're not entirely familiar with the plea that you were made to enter into. And if there are questions asked which you feel it would not be appropriate to answer, please don't hesitate to indicate, and that will be understood. Could I call upon Ms. Baer to ask a question? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for being with us, for sharing your testimony. As far as I understood, neither UK courts nor the European Court of Human Rights got any final decision in your case. On the one hand, I would like very personally to know how this feels for you. And on the other case, I would like to know whether you have any suggestions systematically, legally, how cases like yours could really be settled in a legal system that works correctly and properly.
After 14 years detained in the UK, including over 5 years in a maximum security prison, and facing a 175-year sentence, with the prospect of years more in prison before being able to have a shot at the European Court of Human Rights, I accepted a plea offer from the United States that would release me from prison immediately. The United States insisted that I not be allowed to take a case in relation to what had happened to me in relation to its extradition proceedings, nor that I could even file a Freedom of Information Act request on the US government to see what was done. There will never be a hearing into what has happened. And that's why it's so important that PACE acts. The uncertainty within Europe as to the defenses that can be used by journalists here to protect themselves from transnational repression and extradition, if left in its current state, will inevitably be abused by other states. So norm-setting institutions like PACE must move to make the situation clear that what happened to me cannot happen again.
Thank you. Ms. Novica.
Mr. Assange, it is great to have you today at the committee meeting. In fact, I don't want to ask about the past, more or less, but past is still the current.
Past.
Yeah, it's not finished yet, of course. But I wanted to ask you whether you believe that our proceedings here in the Council of Europe, in case and hopefully the report prepared by Suna Evarsdottir is going to be accepted at the plenary session, that will reverse the negative impact that your case had on the position of whistleblowers and the right to expression globally, that really you hope for, that that in case the report is going to be accepted, and your visit here to Parliament will, in a way, have this positive aspect and will improve the situation in this regard of the rights of journalists and so on. But but also I would like to add how you visualize your life now after your case. I'm not asking very much about your private plans, but in general, what do you think, what you are planning to do, basically? Thank you.
Well, I think that I am here because I believe it is an essential first step for PACE to act, to get the ball rolling, to address the problems of transnational repression, and also to make it clear that national security journalism is possible within European borders. As for my readaptation to the big wide world outside of house arrest, an embassy siege, and maximum security prison, it sure takes some adjustment. It's not simply the spooky sound of electric cars. They are very spooky. But it is also the change in the society, where we once produced where we once released important war crimes videos that stirred public debate. Now, every day, there are live stream horrors from the wars in Ukraine and the war in Gaza. Hundreds of journalists have been killed in Gaza and Ukraine combined. The impunity seems to mount, and it is still uncertain what we can do about it. My readaptation to the world, of course, includes some positive but still tricky things. Becoming a father again to children who have grown up without me. Becoming a husband again. Even dealing with a mother-in-law. These are trying family issues. No, she's a very lovely woman. I like her very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Assange. Could I call upon Mr. Kleinwacher, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Back to a sadder issue. How well, in your experience, does political asylum really work in today's world?
Political asylum is an absolutely essential relief valve for human rights abuses within states. That people can leave a state that is persecuting them not only saves individual lives, it provides a mechanism where journalists can continue to report on their societies after they have been hounded out. Ultimately, the threat of people leaving a state is what, in the final analysis, controls its behavior. We have seen examples in history of states that made it difficult or impossible for people to leave. And we can see how the situation for people living there collapsed. There must be competition between states to be good places for people to live and to work. The assault on asylum through means of transnational repression is another matter. In my case, it was difficult to find a state that would give asylum that I was able to get to. There is a big gap in the asylum system for people who are not fleeing their own state, but fleeing an ally of that state, or any third state. That was my case. Asylum law does not easily cover the case where, say, an Australian is fleeing persecution by the United States. Or we could imagine a Kazakhstani fleeing persecution by Russia or China. I was not able to apply for asylum within the UK. Of course, the UK has its own particular political angle. It might have been difficult to convince the courts to give me, or in fact anyone, asylum in relation to the United States in the UK. But there wasn't even a chance, because citizens from third states under the 1951 Convention, as it's implemented in most European states, cannot apply for asylum.
Thank you, Mr. Assange. Mr. Honko, would you like to ask a question, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Assange. I'm so happy to see you here, to see Stella as well, and thank you for reminding what PACE did in the last 4 years, starting with the hearing we had in January 2020 with your father, John Shipton, with Niels Melzer, the UN General Rapporteur on torture, and very important other persons. And 3 times, I think this assembly made a clear position calling for the prompt release. And I think this assembly can a bit be proud of it, because it failed in other international state organizations. There were attempts as well in the European Union Parliament, in the OSCE, but none of those could had enough courage to make a clear statement.
Not enough geopolitical diversity.
Sorry?
Perhaps not enough geopolitical diversity.
Maybe. So I'm very happy. Maybe a question on the extra juridical repression you talked about in the end, because this is one of the most shocking for me, that there is a law in the US on freedom of speech, which is not for other citizens, but there are laws that can be applied to other citizens. What could we do as Parliamentary Assembly or as Council of Europe, of European states, to counter this?
Thank you, Mr. Hunke. Mr. Assange.
In the final UK High Court case, which I won and the US appealed against, I won under the basis of nationality discrimination. That is, in the UK Extradition Act, you're not meant to discriminate at trial or during a penalty phase against someone on the basis of their nationality. The US tried different tricks to get around that in the UK system, and it was uncertain whether I or the United States would ultimately prevail. However, there is nothing in the European Charter that prevents nationality discrimination in relation to extradition. So this is a small protection. It was hard to use within the UK Extradition Act, but it's not clear that it exists in most European states.
Thank you. Ms. Mikkonen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Assange, that you are here. BASE has done work on transnational repression, where states go after someone in another state. In this case, in your case, there are these very troubling allegations about the CIA monitoring and even considering assassination. Can you comment more on those? And how do you yourself see your status? Were you a political prisoner?
The first part of your question was about the CIA. The second part was about, do I see myself as a political prisoner? Answering the first one first, yes, I was a political prisoner. The political basis for the US government's retributive acts against me was in relation to publishing the truth about what the US government had done. Then in a formal legal sense, once the US proceeded with its legal retribution, it used the Espionage Act, a classic political offense. In relation to the CIA's campaign of transnational repression against WikiLeaks, we felt that something was going on at the time. There were many small signs that came together, but having an ominous feeling and some subtly put tips from a whistleblower in one of the security contractors that the CIA had contracted didn't give me the full and disturbing picture which later emerged. It is an interesting example where an intelligence organization has targeted an investigative organization, WikiLeaks. As a result of our investigations, a criminal case in Spain, and in particular, work done by US journalists, which under the precedent that has been established in my case might well now be themselves criminal. Detailed information about the actions of the CIA came out. Those details involved the testimony of more than 30 current or former US intelligence officials. There are two resulting processes: a criminal case in Spain with a number of victims, including my wife, my son, people who came to visit me at the embassy, lawyers, journalists, and a civil suit in the United States against the CIA. In the United States, the CIA has, in response to that civil suit, declared formally by the CIA director and the Attorney General state secrets privilege to knock out the case. The claim is that the CIA may have a defense, but that defense is classified. And so that the civil case cannot go forward. So it's complete impunity within the US system.
Thank you. Mr. Rakan, could I invite you to ask a question?
Mr. Assange, if you could go back in time, would you do everything the same? And if not, what would you do differently? I'm not asking just in the terms of personal cost that you suffered, but also in terms of effectiveness or impact of what you tried to do. Thank you.
This is a very deep question about free will. Why do people do things when they do them? Looking back, we were often constrained by our resources, the number of staff, by secrecy that was necessary to protect our sources. If I could go back and have a lot of extra resources, of course, political approaches, media approaches could have maximized even further the impact of the revelations that we made. But I suppose your question is trying to say, well, were there any knobs that could be turned in hindsight? Of course, thousands of small things. I was not from the United Kingdom. I had a good friend in the United Kingdom, Gavin McFadden, who was an American journalist, a very good man. But it took me time to, once I was trapped in the United Kingdom, it took me time to understand what UK society was about, who you could trust, who you couldn't trust, the different types of maneuvers that are made in that society. And there are different media partners that perhaps we could have chosen differently.
Thank you. Mr. Chope, could I invite you to address the question?
You were the subject of a European arrest warrant issued by Sweden. To what extent do you think that European arrest warrants are being used as tools of repression? And to what extent do you think the rules could be changed so that they can no longer be used for that purpose?
The European arrest warrant system was introduced post-September 11 with the political rationale that it would be used for the fast transfer of Muslim terrorists between European states. The first European arrest warrant that was issued by Sweden for a drunk driver. We must understand that when we pick a disfavored group, Muslims at that time, and say, well, this repressive legislation, it's only going to be for them. Inevitably, bureaucrats, elements of the security state will seize upon those measures and apply them more broadly. Injustice to one person spreads soon enough to most people. I don't know the statistics on how often arrest warrants are abused. There was an attempt to extradite me without any charge from the United Kingdom by Sweden. The UK government subsequently changed the law to prevent extradition without charge. But in its amendment to the extradition legislation, it included a rider to make sure that it didn't apply to me.
Thank you. Mr. Cookson, could I invite you to address a question to Mr. Assange? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Assange, for all the answers to many of our questions. I am, like many of my colleagues here, very happy to see you here and knowing you out of prison. You were imprisoned, you said rightly, for doing your job, a job that we all here expect you to do, namely being a journalist. You investigated and you published your findings. But it is shocking to me and to many of us to see how long the arm of US justice is that can get a grip on you even here in Europe. And of course, this raises questions that we will address tomorrow in Mrs. Eva Stottir's excellent report. But can I ask you a personal question? Were you aware before all this, were you aware of how little your basic rights as a citizen, but also as a journalist, were protected in Europe? And what, if I may add another question, what do you think will be the effect on journalism as a whole from your case? Thank you.
We performed a legal analysis to understand what the abilities and limitations were within Europe for publishing documents from a number of different countries, including the United States. We understood that, in theory, Article 10 should protect journalists in Europe. Similarly, looking at the US First Amendment to its constitution, that no publisher had ever been prosecuted for publishing classified information from the United States, either domestically or internationally. I expected some kind of harassment legal process. I was prepared to fight for that. I believe the value of these publications was such that it's okay to have that fight, and that we would prevail because we had understood what was legally possible. My naivete was believing in the law. When push comes to shove, laws are just pieces of paper, and they can be reinterpreted for political expediency. They are the rules made by the ruling class more broadly. And if those rules don't suit what it wants to do, it reinterprets them or hopefully changes them, which is clearer. In the case of the United States, we angered one of the constituent powers of the United States, the intelligence sector, the security state, the secrecy state. It was powerful enough to push for a reinterpretation of the US Constitution. The US First Amendment seems pretty black and white to me. It's very short. It says the Congress shall make no law restricting speech or the press. However, that was that the US Constitution, those precedents relating to it, were just reinterpreted away. And yes, perhaps ultimately, if it got into the Supreme Court of the United States and I was still alive in that system, I might have won, depending on what the makeup was of the US Supreme Court. But in the meantime, I had lost 14 years on the house arrest, embassy, siege, and maximum security prison. So I think this is an important lesson, that when a major power faction wants to reinterpret the law, it can push to have the element of the state, in this case the US Department of Justice, do that. And it doesn't care too much about what is legal. That's something for a much later day. In the meantime, the deterrent effect that it seeks, the retributive actions that it seeks have had their effect.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, could I invite you to put a question to Mr. Assange? Thank you.
Obviously, there's very considerable sympathy for your plight in this room. I'd like to ask you about the position of the UK government about the allegation that you were effectively a political prisoner. But presumably, your first difficulty with the European arrest warrant was not on political grounds with Sweden. I'd like to ask you with your comment on the quality of treatment of the extradition treaties between the UK and the US, and whether the UK is in fact bound by them, and whether we have very little freedom of maneuver. And I'd like to ask you about your treatment at Belmarsh prison. There's an allegation of torture, which is very serious. Nobody denies that Belmarsh is an extremely unpleasant place, but I'd like to know a bit more about the evidence for that.
The US-UK extradition treaty is one-sided. 9 times more people are extradited to the United States from the UK than the other way around. The protections for US citizens being extradited to the UK are stronger. There is no need to show a prima facie case or reasonable suspicion even when the United States seeks to extradite from the UK. It's a allegation extradition system. The allegation is alleged. You do not even have a chance to argue that it is not true. All the arguments are based simply upon, is it the right person? Does it breach human rights? That's it. That said, I do not think in any way that UK judges are compelled to extradite most people, and particularly journalists, to the United States. Some judges in the UK found in my favor at different stages in that process. Other judges did not. But all judges, whether they were finding in my favor or not in the United Kingdom, showed extraordinary deference to the United States, engaged in astonishing intellectual backflips to allow the United States to have its way on my extradition and in relation to setting precedents that occurred in my case more broadly. That's, to my mind, a function of the selection of UK judges, the narrow section of British society from which they come, their deep engagement with the UK establishment, and the UK establishment's deep engagement with the United States, whether that's in the intelligence sector, BAE, which is now the largest manufacturer in the United Kingdom, a weapons company, BP, Shell, and some of the major banks. The United Kingdom's establishment is made up out of people who have benefited from that system for a long period of time. And almost all judges are from it. They don't need to be told explicitly what to do. They understand what is good for that cohort. And what is good for that cohort is keeping a good relationship with the United States government.
Belmarsh, President. Thank you. Mr. Lee, as I indicated earlier, one question from each member of the committee. Thank you. Mr. Efterton. Efterton, I apologize.
I'm very glad and very happy seeing you free man, Mr. Assange. And I think that one of the major lessons learned from your experience and the treatment you had is that the misuse of a legal process, the arbitrary application of a legislation may render it a mean or a tool of repression or an incitation to silence. Can I have your comments on that, please?
I didn't quite hear you. Can you please repeat the question? And raise your hand. I can't see you.
Yeah. I mean, what comes out from your experience and the treatment you received is that the misuse, the arbitrary misuse or manipulation of a legal process can or may render the application of a legislation or the legal process a tool, a mean of repression and incitation to silence instead of a uniform application of law in a rule of law society. Can I have your comments on that?
Lawfare is the use of the law to achieve ends that that would normally be achieved in some other form of conflict. We're not talking about simply litigating to protect your rights, but rather picking laws to get your man or to get the organization you want to get. Not justice seeking its resolution in law. We've seen a lot of cases like that and obviously experienced ourselves in many different domains. I'm not sure precisely what can be done about it. There is a anti-SLAPP movement in Europe, which I commend. SLAPP is strategic lawsuits against public participation. There is good legislation in California to deal with SLAPP suits and to reverse liabilities at an early stage and to make abusive lawsuits more expensive to conduct. But I think we should understand a bigger picture, which is that whenever we make a law, we create a tool that self-interested bureaucrats, companies, and the worst elements of the security state will use and will expand the interpretation in order to achieve control over others. And that's why law reforms are constantly needed, because laws are abused and expanded. And so it needs a constant vigilance, but also great care in making laws in the first place, because they will be seized upon and abused.
Thank you. Mr. Bosic, could I invite you to address a question to Mr. Assange? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Assange, your appearance here is very important for the case you are symbolizing, but it is also very important for the Council of Europe to show itself as the independent institution and institution that promotes really human rights and cause you represent. I wonder, how do you assess support you got from the newspapers, journalists, associations, journalist associations, and how does that, what's the message about the freedom of press in your case?
The support from other publications, journalist unions, freedom of expression organizations was different at different stages. Those who saw the threat to everyone else and understood the case first were the lawyers involved in major publications, like lawyers for the New York Times. Freedom of expression NGOs were the next to see the threat. Of the larger media organizations, unfortunately, many of them went with their political or geopolitical alignment. So it was easy to gain support from media organizations in neutral states, and obviously states hostile to the United States. Allies of the United States took longer. Media organizations within the United States, the journalists there, not the lawyers, but the journalists, took longer still. It is a concern, and I can see a similar phenomenon happening with the journalists being killed in Gaza. and Ukraine. That the political and geopolitical alignment of media organizations causes them to not cover those victims or cover only certain victims. This is a breach of journalistic solidarity. We all need to stick together to hold the line. A journalist censored anywhere spreads censorship, which can then affect us all. Similarly, journalists being killed or targeted by intelligence agencies need our firm commitment in writing or in broadcast. Sometimes there's a debate about whether someone is a journalist or an activist. I understand that debate. I've tried in my work to be rigorously accurate. I believe accuracy is everything. Primary sources are everything. But there is one area where I am an activist and all journalists must be an activist. Journalists must be activists for the truth. Journalists must be activists for the ability to convey the truth. And that means standing up for each other and making no apologies about it.
Thank you. Now, could I invite any other member of the Parliamentary Assembly who is not a member of the committee to indicate if they wish to ask a question? And I can see two hands in the air. Could I invite you, first of all, to give your name and then to ask your question of Mr. Assange? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Andy Cristea. I'm a Romanian MP, and I'm also the General Rapporteur for Science and Technology of this House. I'm also the Rapporteur on the so-called Metaverse. And Mr. Assange, I would like to ask you, how do you see these new technologies connected to what you have presented so far? Thank you.
I'm very interested in technology. I was a computer scientist from a young age, then studied mathematics and physics, cryptography. It's with that cryptography that we set about our system to protect sources and protect our own organization. I am enthused about some of the developments that are happening with cryptography. Some of those developments provide alternatives to what we see as huge media power and concentration in the hands of a few billionaires. They are still embryonic. Other technologies emerged out of the campaign against mass surveillance. And the big bang was the Snowden revelations that radicalized engineers and programmers in many places who saw themselves as agents of history in including algorithms to protect people's privacy, including the communications between journalists and their sources. On the other hand, as I emerge from prison, I see that artificial intelligence is being used to create mass assassinations, where before there was a difference between assassination and warfare. Now the two are conjoined. Where many, perhaps the majority of targets in Gaza are bombed as a result of artificial intelligence targeting. The connection between artificial intelligence and surveillance is important. Artificial intelligence needs information to come up with targets or ideas or propaganda. And when we're talking about the use of artificial intelligence to conduct mass assassinations, surveillance data from telephones, internet, is key to training those algorithms. So there's a lot has changed. Some things have remained the same. There's a lot of opportunity and a lot of risk. I'm still trying to understand where we are, but hopefully we'll have something more useful to say in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Assange. Now, there was an indication from another member of the Assembly. Could you please introduce yourself by name? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sivim Dadil and I'm from Germany, member of the Foreign Affairs. Someone who knows Julian since 2012 from the Ecuadorian embassy as the first member of parliament who has visited him. So Julian, I'm very happy to see you as a free man now in Europe. Welcome. And I was just going to ask you about the war crimes. The US war crimes that you published are still unpunished, still till today. The journalists are dead, and now there are presumably new war crimes in the proxy wars, such as in Gaza and currently in Lebanon. So my questions are, how would you advise a journalist to deal with this current situation, first? And the second is, what do you think is the role of parliamentarians in this regard?
Thank you, Mr. Assange.
I'm sorry, I'm getting a bit tired, but Kristen, perhaps you want to take the one about what journalists do about the...
Well, what can be done when we have horrible stories about targeted killings, where we now have evidence of that in the wars? It is the reality of reporting on wars is more severe than ever before, and it was bad. It was bad in Iraq. Now it is even worse. It is a horror story. It is hard to give out advice for these journalists how they can deal with that situation. The only thing we can call out, at least, is for an outcry and condemnation that this should be going on, because we need information. We need this information. There are no tools to secure individuals in Gaza that are being followed by drones and are being targeted in mass bombing. There is a little defense on that, but the outcry and the condemnation should be there. We should not be silent when this happens.
Thank you. Formally, I don't want to be at all difficult and interrupt, but formally, the floor is with you, Mr. Assange. But if you're tiring, just indicate that, because I think you've answered so many questions so fully and so well. And we're at a point where if you wish this matter to be drawn to a close, we have only a few minutes left anyway, then I'm sure everyone in this room will respect that. Mr. Assange would like to say some final words, and I hope you'll bear with him. Thank you.
just a few final words. In 2010, I was living in Paris. I went to the United Kingdom and never came back until now. It's good to be back. It's good to be amongst people who, as we say in Australia, who give a damn. It's good to be amongst friends. I would just like to thank all the people who have fought for my liberation and who have understood, importantly, that my liberation was coupled to their own liberation. That the basic fundamental liberties which sustain us all have to be fought for, and that when one of us falls through the cracks, soon enough those cracks will widen and take the rest of us down. So thank you for your thought, your courage in this and other settings, and keep up the fight.
Thank you, Mr. Assange.
That was eye-opening. And I agree, Jab-Up. You still here, Mellows?
Still here, my mother.
Okay, I am going to call it an end. It is 2 o'clock here in the morning.
Sure. Thank you, everybody, for joining us on tonight's episode. We will see you on the next one, guaranteed.
Yes, yes. Thank you, everybody, for joining. It was quite a debate. So we will see you guys all tomorrow. Later today or tomorrow, whichever it may be. Good night, everybody.
And let's end stream.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay inside of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.